Good morning and welcome to the Franklin Pickleball event in Dorset. Day 2 here, Sunday. The sun is shining. We have a nice little wave there from Scott Mayo, who you're about to see in action on number 1 court here in Weymouth. I'm joined once again by Nick Hobbs. And Nick, we have some amazing news for our listeners today. They're going to be able to hear what we're saying, which is always a bonus in these situations.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, viewers at home. Yeah, always a big bonus when the viewers can hear what you're commentating on. But nevertheless, the action they saw yesterday was of a top quality, Chris. We saw a stacked draw in our men's 4.5 18 plus bracket, eventually won by Tom Turney and Ed Hares. Ed Hares back in action today with his partner in the mixed doubles draw, and we're looking forward to some great action today. We've got the 4.5 mixed doubles 18 plus on show court, and then this afternoon we switch to the 4.0, which you'll be taking part in again, Chris.
Yes, for some bizarre reason the tournament organisers feel like people want to see me on court to find out if this is a sport I talk about better than I play. I'll tell you now, the answer is yes, Nick.
I don't know, Chris, you're doing yourself a little bit of a disservice there. Play to a high level, an emerging talent here in the pickleball scene in the UK. But coming up shortly, we've got a match-up between Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise, and Tim Spurway and Ali Pringle. What do we know about these players, Chris?
Well, we saw both Mayo and Tim Spurway in action yesterday. I believe Maisie Wise was on court when I was playing at the same time, Nick, so we will have seen a little bit about her. This should be a really good game, but it is the first one of the morning. I know Tim arrived a few minutes ago, shall we say, and is warmed up and ready to go. Scott Mayo, bronze medal yesterday, I believe, in the men's 4.5 with James Lofthouse.
Yeah, and let's not forget Maisie, Chris, who won the 4.5 women's doubles yesterday.
She did indeed. Yesterday was a bit of a fog come the end of it. I believe I was actually on commentary for a bit of that one come the end.
Yeah, you were indeed. Maisie Wise playing with Emily Jelly yesterday, successful in our ladies 4.5 division. Our first gold medalist of the 2025 Franklin Pickleball Tour. Let's see if she can add to that medal haul today. But in terms of Tim Spurway, we see at the top of the court warming up in red with his partner Ali Pringle. They're stepping up to this level as a mixed doubles partnership for the first time, Chris. What are the challenges that face players when they're moving through the ranks from 3.5 to 4.0 and ultimately to 4.5 plus?
Well, certainly from my own experience, Nick, it is that basically better decisions are made by your opponents. The ball comes back a lot more often and they do just ask a lot more questions of you. You find it's a bit like, I think, when you go from, let's say, middle school to senior school. You're the big fish at some point in that school. You're comfortable, you've got things your own way, you're kind of in control, and then you go up to the next school and everything's a little bit different. You're very much at the bottom of that pile again, and you've got to find your footing and find your way forward. But Tim and Ali both have good, solid games, so I think they will certainly find that they can get into matches here. It would be fair to say that Mayo and Wise are probably the favourites for this early one, but we said that first game yesterday morning, didn't we? And we saw a shock there where the eventual winners actually lost their first game.
Yeah, that's right. It was a slow start for Turney and Hares yesterday, but they come through to win the gold medal matchup. And let's not forget, Chris, this draw is a 4.5 plus category, so we're not restricted to 4.5 players here. You may see 5.0 and above as well, so the standard increases each time they play.
Yeah, definitely. We've looked through the draw and we have got some big partnerships in this. We should be really in for a treat over the course of this morning. Now, on the group stages, we are playing a race to 11 and you win by 1 point. So these games will come thick and fast. The players are currently just deciding who's going to serve. Maisie Wise has the ball in hand at the moment. That might give us a clue as to who is going to be hitting the ball for the first time in this match.
Players will be looking to start nice and warm. Temperatures still not very much above 5 or 6 degrees here.
Oh, you're being generous there, Nick.
It feels slightly warmer than yesterday, Chris, down in Weymouth, the coastal resort in Dorset here in the UK. Once again, we've seen pickleball all around the world recently, in India, in Australia, in America, Chris, but there's no place I'd rather be than right here in sunny Weymouth with you, Chris.
Well, it is sunny, Nick, and because of the fabric that is on top of the Wey Valley Tennis Centre, I am hoping this might have a bit of a greenhouse effect as the day goes on. If the sun stays out, we might actually get a bit of warmth in here, which would be fantastic. But Mayo and Wise, both in t-shirt and shorts, clearly have spent a long time warming up in court and therefore are ready to go. Spurway, having arrived about 8 minutes ago, still in tracksuit and hoodie, so not at the same body temperature for sure. Ali Pringle is about to get us underway with the first bit of action of this morning here in Weymouth. And a good early exchange there. Early point on the board for Pringle. Mayo's dink just clipping the top of the net. Oh, he rips it down the line there, Spurway.
That ball looks good from here, and what a great start for Spurway. No, I think it's been called out, Chris. Just out Maisie Wise points. Probably a slightly different angle from our position in the commentary booth, but we trust the players, and there's no one more honest than Maisie Wise, let me tell you that, Chris.
And Wise, unfortunately, their ball just hitting the net with her first serve of the day. Ball in Mayo's hand. Well played, nice 1-2 there from Mayo and Wise. Spurway reacting well to the first volley, but the old triangle effect's coming to play, with Wise driving it down the line on the volley.
Mayo and Wise choosing to stack here.
And Pringle just going long with that forehand volley. Just slightly off balance there, Nick. Not quite getting her feet into the right place.
No, yeah, just needing to create more of a solid foundation on that volley.
Good attack again from Maisie Wise there. Opening up a little lead here early in this first game here on number 1 court. Good shot from Pringle that time though, this time clipping the line and sending the ball wide of the right hand of Maisie Wise. So we have a side out. Spurway on serve, a couple of points behind.
Just see both players talking about strategy here. Again, Spurway and Pringle also choosing to stack. Common strategy in mixed doubles play, Chris.
Yeah, most certainly. We'll see a lot of the time in these games that you'll have the male player on the left-hand side of the court and the female on the right-hand side. And typically the reason being there that we tend to see in mixed doubles that the male player will then take the larger portion of the court, Nick.
Yeah, that dominant hand down the centre. The more powerful hand on occasions down the centre. And you'll see the non-player at the kitchen line communicating with the receiver whether they're going to stay in that position or switch. Pringle and Spurway choosing to switch there to ensure Spurway comes back onto the left hand side for the remainder of the rally.
Good reactions there from Scott Mayo, just flicking the ball down the middle. Good communication between him and Wise once again. Already looking like they've got a good chemistry on court, Nick. They're very much settling into their groove early today.
Yeah, they know each other very well, Chris. I particularly liked the pace that Wise put on that dink. It's a significant difference at this level, at the 4.5 plus level, between attacking and defensive dinks, and that was definitely an attacking dink with a great deal of intensity. Put Pringle under pressure.
Spurway just going wide with his return there. These are the basics they're going to need to nail down if they want to find a way back into this game. Good drive from Mayo, just catching Pringle as they were unwinding their stack. Down to her toes, unable then to get the ball back over the net, completely jammed there. And we have the turnaround. So Nick, Spurway and Pringle, what do they need to change in your opinion to get themselves back into this first game of the day?
It's a regular message, Chris, but get the basics right. Serves, returns and thirds. 2 missed returns in the first half of that game. That will prove costly at this level. But see if you can get a couple of third shot drops here on Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo. Get them dinking, get yourself to the kitchen line and get in these rallies.
Yeah, definitely. The kitchen game is certainly Tim Spurway's strength, and he'll want to be getting them there so he can get involved in a lot more of that. At the moment, they're getting a little bit battered with the drives of Wise and Mayo. That said, though, a slightly slower ball from Wise that time, just drifting a little bit, and Pringle unable to adjust her feet.
Yeah, this is a slow start from Pringle and Spurway, but they won't be deterred. And again, it's the third unreturned serve of the game, and these points are racking up fairly quickly here, Chris.
Yeah, they are indeed. Oh, unlucky Scott Mayo. He engineered that opportunity. He felt like he was playing that point on his own, I think.
All action from Scott Mayo, dancing across the kitchen line. Just not managing to get the job done, and hits the volley wide. But I like the intent there, Chris, from Scott.
Yeah, most certainly. Just a lack of execution, but the idea was very much a good one. Spurway just clipping the top of the net again.
Yeah, it's a missed third, and we spoke about those basics at the turnaround. Serves, returns and thirds, Tim Spurway. I'm sure it will come.
And a rare mistake there from Maisie Wise. That return going long. So an opportunity here to start chipping away at the score. Good reactions from Pringle, but one too many there for them to go again.
Yeah, Mayo always in control of that rally.
Bit of a skid on that serve, I'd say, Nick.
Yeah, this surface can play like that on occasions, especially in these temperatures. Does have an impact on the fly to the ball, but match point, Mayo and Wise.
Nice moment there for Tim Spurway. Best exchange of the game, I would say, for Spurway and Pringle there. Good smash down the middle.
Yeah, nice confidence booster for Spurway and Pringle. But that seals the deal, Chris. There we go. It's victory for Wise, for Mayo against Spurway and Pringle, who I'm sure will come back stronger later, Chris.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with that start, but it's early in the morning here. They'll grow into this one. Lots of games for them today as well, Nick. So plenty of opportunity to get going as this morning goes on. But Mayo and Wise, that really couldn't have gone much better for them. First game out of the blocks today.
No, they're up and running, we're up and running, and we look forward to more action shortly after this ad break.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, You need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve on a team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly.
Oh no. Is it second camera there? Welcome back to the Wey Valley Tennis Centre. Here live in Dorset. We're on the coastal resort of Weymouth for the first Franklin Pickleball Tour event of 2025 with pickleball.co.uk on behalf of Steve Beale and Simon Farr. We hope you're enjoying the action here on Mixed Doubles Sunday. Coming up, we have a matchup between Tom Ashford and Lauren Gosling. They'll be taking on Louis Belson and Jen Hewitt. But we'll be back with that action shortly after this ad break.
When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up a third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open, one either side of the players in a more central location of the ball. The around the post, or ATP, is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is a traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through, the goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for, people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for, people ready to ride.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed-ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed-up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused the deciding error in this example.
You're waiting for, people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for, people ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of the game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box.
Welcome back to number 1 court here in Weymouth, everybody. We are just getting ready for our second mixed doubles game of the morning. Nick, who have we got on court?
Yeah, we've got the familiar partnership of Louis Belson and Jen Hewitt. They played in our final event of 2024 in Southampton together. And then the fairly unknown partnership of Tom Ashford and the youngster, the young superstar that is Lauren Gosling. So Ashford and Gosling at the top of your screen, Belson and Hewitt at the bottom of your screen.
And we're straight into the action, Nick. Oh, big shot there from Gosling, driving it past Jen Hewitt. Louis Belson might have to shout a little bit louder on the out ball next time. Good deep return, but just going long with his forehand smash there. Fast start, Nick, fast start.
Yeah, the start that Ashford and Gosling would have hoped.
And good attacking play there from Jen Hewitt, and they get their side out. So an opportunity now to get themselves on the scoreboard.
Great third from Hewitt. Yeah, that's great play from Jen Hewitt, repeatedly putting the ball into a dipping position in that kitchen, forcing Ashford and Gosling to hit up.
Oh, nice cross-court backhand drive there from Lauren Gosling, putting Belson under pressure. Feels like an incredibly intense game early doors, doesn't it, Nick?
Yeah, both sets of players started at a rate of knots here.
Yeah, just a bit too much on that lift there from Belson, giving Gosling the opportunity to attack to the feet of Jen Hewitt. So side out, the ball was with Ashford. Good work from Gosling, moving Belson around there as they were unwinding the stack.
Yeah, the stack proved costly there for Hewitt and Belson. Spotted by Gosling.
Oh, nice shot there from Gosling down the middle of the court.
Just called long, I think, Chris. Again, from our position in the commentary box, probably slightly elevated here. It's got a different perspective on it.
Of course, we do have the advantage of a camera and everything here. Good exchange there, but Hewitt just going a little bit long with the final shot of that rally. A little bit of a gap opening up early here, Nick.
Yeah, I'm impressed with the energy from Gosling and Ashford. Great intensity at the start of this all-important mixed doubles encounter.
Side out though, nice return there, forcing an error on the third from Gosling. Good serve. Yeah, Belson definitely upping the decibel levels there on the out ball.
This time Hewitt heeds the advice of Belson, leaves that ball. Not always the most easiest skill.
Oh, good play from Gosling and Ashford. Just bringing Belson in, creating some space and driving it to the side of him.
So 2-point gap here.
Good play again from Gosling. Nice disguise on that volley. Thought she was going central, ends up going down the line.
Yeah, plays to the forehand of Hewitt. Hewitt just not able to capitalise on the volley.
Smash from Belson. Great defence from Ashford. Forces the error.
Yeah, well played, Tom Ashford. Unbelievable defence. Not so much just the defence, but the complete reset, Chris.
Very impressive start from these two. That return goes on. One thing I'm also noticing with Ashford, he's actually managed to get Lauren out when he's giving the call as well. Most of us just go with me, you. He's able to get the name in there just to remove any doubt whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Ashford and Gosling in the early stages here, making a good impression at 4.5 level. And it seems to me, Chris, they're just doing the basics really, really well.
No, definitely. They're just putting the pressure onto Hewitt and Belson with pretty much every shot that they're playing. It's nothing flashy, it's nothing too much, it's just asking questions repeatedly. Oh, nice lob there from Ashford. Belson unable to retrieve it. And it's now a 6-point lead in this second game of the morning.
Yeah, Chris, possibly a little bit of an experience here from Hewitt and Balson, who at the change of ends could have taken the full minutes just to establish themselves, consider their strategy and stop the momentum that's built for Ashford and Gosling.
Yeah, very much so. They were straight round, straight in, weren't they? And that might be something to think about next time. Great resetting work from Gosling there. Just waiting to see if that ball was called in or out.
Ball was called good. But that unreturned served, Chris, quickly brings up match point for an impressive performance here from Ashford and Gosling. Not able to get the job done on this occasion, so opportunity here for Hewitt and Balson, if not to get themselves back into the game, just to establish some rhythm for their future matches.
Good hands from Gosling. Oh yeah, that's a way to put pressure back on. That's a lovely smash from Lauren Gosling.
Yeah, she's not short of power, the 14-year-old phenomenon that is Lauren Gosling.
Good drive that time from Belson though. Down to the toes of Gosling, who nearly got it back up over the net, but not quite. Good opportunity to chip away here now on the serve of Belson. Just wide there from Ashford.
Just building some momentum of their own now, Balson and Hewitt.
And just long from Belson, looking to be aggressive, showing a lot of intent there, but just driving long. You mentioned Lauren's age there, Nick. I mean, it is incredible at the age of 14, playing to such a high standard in an incredibly tough draw and really showcasing her talents.
Yeah, already a star, and the future is definitely bright for Lauren Gosling. The future is bright in its immediacy because that is victory for the partnership. An impressive Lauren Gosling, an impressive Tom Ashford. Hewitt and Balson will be disappointed that they didn't stop the momentum at the change of ends, Chris, but they'll be back for more. Two very talented players. But you couldn't fail to be impressed with Ashford and Gosling on that occasion.
Really, really good. Just did the basics so very well, and then at the right moment were able to attack. Just felt like their decision making was on point throughout that game. So very impressive start. We've got so much more action to come here from the Pickleball Franklin event in Dorset, and we'll be back after this short break with the next game.
The around the post, or ATP, is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball doesn't need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hot to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through. The goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed-ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed-up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused the deciding error in this example. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open, on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball.
Waiting for people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of the game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the
If I get all those together, are you happy building the...
Welcome back to Weymouth, everybody. We are underway in our next 18 plus 4.5 plus mixed doubles competition. We have Nick, Jamie Champion and Chantel Griffiths playing against Ashford and Gosling, who we just saw, Nick.
Yeah, Ashford and Gosling at the top of your screen, Griffiths and Champion at the bottom of your screen. And a strong start for Champion and Griffiths here.
Drive just going wide, I feel. But Ashford gets himself back out of it, forcing Griffiths into a little error at the kitchen line there.
Yeah,
So
we can
second
expect,
serve.
sorry Chris, we can expect to see lots of drives from Champion. Very much a power player in pickleball. Very talented singles player, Jamie Champion.
Incredibly talented singles player, I have to say. Played against him this time last week, in fact. And yeah, incredibly good singles player. Looking to transfer that into continual growth in the doubles game as well, of course.
Great hands once again from Ashford at the kitchen line. Attempts to lob.
Oh, he's nailed that one, hasn't he?
This time the lob goes long from Ashford, but it's the first time I've seen Ashford play, Chris. I'm impressed.
Yeah, really impressed. I mean, his control of each shot in that exchange as well. I mean, that was incredibly close, that second lob, to clipping the line. Very impressed with him. Moves well, hits well, really good communicator on court as well, clearly. Talking Lauren through many, many shots. And that one just going long there from Griffiths.
Unbelievably sporting from Champion though, who calls that ball out himself.
Oh, unlucky. Just a bit of a skid on that one there from Gosling after Champion leapt in the air to play his forehand soft smash.
Serve just goes long for Griffiths. So over to Champion. Second opportunity to score. Side out scoring here for all of our tour events. That's a great speed up from Gosling, double-handed on the backhand, stays low on the ball, low to high trajectory to the forehand of Griffiths. Well played, Lauren Gosling.
A good serve there from Ashford. You can see already, Nick, that it looks like Ashford and Gosling are trying to get Griffiths and Champion up to that kitchen line, try and negate some of that power game, get them into a more of a controlled environment, but not always easy.
So the slice return there from Champion, Chris. A successful strategy yesterday for some of our doubles players.
That was probably Ashford's first really poor choice of the morning, I would suggest. Nick, didn't really feel like that one was there to be driven, and there was a bit too much flick, wasn't there?
Yeah, I'd agree. Just not able to work their way into that transition zone. Composed, casual, but effective there from Ashford. In terms of moving from that baseline to the kitchen, Chris, always try and encourage players to move until the opponents are striking the ball, then pause. Move, pause, move, pause.
Yeah, definitely, especially with some of the pace and power of the returns that come back. You're not going to get there in one go a lot of the time. Where's that one going? And no, falls quite comfortably on the side of Jamie Champion there.
And again, we just see Gosling just stuck in that transition zone there, Chris. If I had any advice for is that when Ashford is driving that third shot, get ready for that shake and bake maybe. Get yourself established on the kitchen line, ready to play the volley.
Yeah, agreed. It just felt like her ready position was a little bit too low on that one and wasn't really there. Chantal Griffiths and Jamie Champion are asking questions here that they've not been asked of yet today, isn't it?
Yeah, very much in the game here, Champion and Griffiths, making Gosling and Ashford play balls. Great control on the volley game from Griffiths and Champion. Again, just continuing to ask questions, and they tie this fixture up at 3 points all.
Oh, I had so much dip on that volley there from Champion. loads of topspin. Just it wasn't where Gosling expected it to be by the time she came to hit it.
Yeah, but if you look at Gosling's stance again and her position, it's a couple of feet back from that kitchen line. Just look at her now, look where she stood.
Yeah, very true, very true.
Great smash put away from Ashford, and if there was just some advice, just technical advice for Gosling when she looks back at this after her performance, is just to consider positioning herself a little bit closer to that kitchen line, Chris.
Do you think that could have anything to do with the power that she's facing from Champion and Griffiths?
Yeah, it's entirely possible, but still should be more effective when she's volleying the ball from a closer position to that net.
Griffiths just hitting that return into the middle of the net. Close game this, 4 points each.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this matchup, Chris, thoroughly. And that's better from Gosling. Look at the progress through the transition zone, the pop-ups, repeated pop-ups from Champion and Griffiths, but Gosling was there to take advantage of it, Chris.
Yeah, much better in that occasion, forcing the error from Champion, but then Griffiths just sending her return long, which is a shame after so much good work in there. So we have a change of ends for the players, a 2-point advantage to Gosling and Ashford. Any advice for Champion and Griffiths, Nick, as they look to turn this one around?
Yeah, they probably need to think about how they're going to slow this game down, because we've already seen Gosling and Ashford very adept at volleying the ball when they're in the right positions. So considering entering into a dinking battle to gain an ascendancy here.
Bit of width there from Griffiths, ball just keeping low on Gosling, unable to get it back up, over and across. So second server, Tom Ashford. Well retrieved, but Champion able to get full elevation and smash the ball home for a side out. Opportunity knocks again for Champion and Griffiths.
Yeah, the return from Gosling is great. It's a slice return, but the return goes deep and Champion doesn't read the backspin on that occasion. Another slice return. Dealt with this time by Champion. Great third. Well played, Champion. I know he gets the net tape there, Chris, but ultimately, really effective play.
Yeah, controlled himself very well. They got into a great shape for that double-handed backhand initially. Yeah, and that one was all Jamie Champion. Took complete control of the court there, kept punishing it, the volley, and then eventually got the opportunity to force the error from Gosling. 1 point difference now. There's a bit of a momentum shift.
Yeah, great anticipation, great read from Champion on that point. And that goes long from Griffiths. Did spot the gap between Ashford and Gosling. Gosling staying wide on the return, but just sends that long.
Good depth on the return again.
And it's Griffiths who sends the ball careering straight at Beaumont in the commentary box. But great reflexes, Chris. Managed to get out the way of that.
If I leave balls as well as that later on today, Nick, I'm going to have a good day out.
Yeah, well played, Chris Beaumont in the commentary box there. Meanwhile, it's a 2-point lead for Ashford and Gosling. So chance for Champion and Griffiths to close the gap here in what's a close encounter. Live here in Weymouth.
Return again there from Ashford, Nick, just skidding the ball onto the paddle of Griffiths, who was unable to get enough elevation on her shots.
Yeah, it's getting exciting, this one, and the drive goes long from Champion, so it's a non-scoring side out. Ashford and Gosling press on. Let's have a look at their movement through the transition stone here. And just not quite able to capitalise on that occasion. But nice and controlled from Griffiths, volleying at the kitchen line. Second opportunity to score, extend the lead. And that does go long from Champion on the volley, trying to slice that volley at the kitchen line as opposed to a top spin roll. Chris?
I actually felt he was almost trying to control that too much, that one, where the being his usual aggressive self would have served him better.
Great defence from Ashford.
Another good shot from Champion. When he gets himself set into those positions, he's just got really good balance and great power. Very difficult to deal with anything like that.
Yeah, you can see the difference in Champion's volleying ability when he's got a wider foundation and a solid base as opposed to staying up nice and tall. Side spin serve from Griffiths. Well recovered from Ashford.
And Ashford giving Champion a taste of his own medicine there with a powerful smash down to the body of Champion, unable to deal with that one.
Story developing in the second half of this game is 2 non-scoring side outs for Griffiths and Champion, and that brings up match point, Chris.
Definitely had opportunities there to get this score closer again, and then that will be that for this one. A missed opportunity, I think you could say, for Champion and Griffiths, but a solid performance again from Ashford and Gosling. First time they've played together at a tournament level, and very impressed once again, Nick.
Yeah, Ashford and Gosling confirming to everybody here live at the Wey Valley Tennis Centre that they are not out of their depth in this 4.5 division. Proving successful once again. Champion and Griffiths will rue missed opportunities, but I'm sure they'll be back later, as will we, Chris, after this short ad break.
Waiting for people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, but only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error.
Welcome back to Weymouth, everybody. Oh, and you might have just seen in the live stream warm up there that Griffith has just nailed Champion to the neck with a volley. Clearly not very happy with how the previous game went there, Nick, and reminding her partner that they need to do better this time, clearly.
Yeah, a little bit of friendly fire there from Chantal Griffiths. But Chris, I was just remarking to you as we're watching the players warm up here, had any advice for Champion, it would be to show that intensity, not just from the baseline, all the way through to the kitchen line, from the mid-court position, like he's demonstrating here in the warm-up, an ability to topspin volley with power, with pace, but getting closer to that kitchen line. Yeah,
it's a really fair point. We do know that Champion has got that game, and I almost feel when I'm watching him that somebody's told him that doubles has to be played a certain way, and he's going away a little bit from what he would naturally do, because when we see it in the warm-up, that is what he does naturally, but he doesn't always take that into the actual matches, and there's almost something in his head where he thinks, well, I shouldn't do that there because that's more tennis than pickleball maybe. And my advice to him would be, forget all that. You've got a great set of foundation skills that work for you. Do that.
Yeah, no, it's a great point, Chris, and I'm sure it's one that Champion will be working on, where the Champion's got a tennis background and played at a high level in that particular sport, and I'm sure he'll be able to transfer some of those skill sets across more consistently into his pickleball game. We can see the addition here on our show court of a match referee, Chris.
We have, and it's a familiar face to me because I'll be playing mixed doubles with her later on this afternoon. Tara Creasy, working her way through her refereeing qualifications, clearly had a bit of a heads up of the temperature levels here in Weymouth today, as it looks like she could be heading up a mountain just after this refereeing stint has finished. But it will be a good addition for the court to have refereeing in place for this one.
Yeah, believe it or not, we are in the coastal resort of Weymouth, Dorset, rather than Alaska. But I'm sure Tara's nice and warm there out on show court, and we'll have some action for you coming up shortly, which will warm the cockles as well. The powerful partnership of Hewitt and Balsam. We saw earlier they took some time to have some pretty deep conversations with each other after their last game, Chris, just considering maybe slowing it down whilst maintaining the same level of intensity and power, just slowing the game down, particularly when they're behind, and just breaking the momentum of their opponents.
Yeah, definitely. And again, with the pair that they're playing now, that ability to slow the game down in certain situations, that's what we saw worked for Ashford and Gosling in the previous game, and no doubt would give them a very good chance in this one if Hewitt and Belson were able to do some of that this time around. So should be a good game. Should be a good game, this one, and I think we're going to have an official length warm-up now we've had the addition of the referee, so we will be underway shortly.
Yeah, I think the addition of the referee will allow the game of Hewitt and Balson to be slowed as well, because don't forget, players must wait for the score to be called by the referee before serving, and we've seen in previous tournaments here, sometimes can take players a little while to adapt. Normally players will of course call the score themselves, but the match referee calls the score, and you're not allowed to start play or serve before that score has been called. Players are also able to ask the referee to make a judgment on line calls. Ultimately they call the ball in or out, but they can confirm that call with the referee, who's happy to share how she viewed the ball, Chris.
Yeah, most certainly. It's the first time that we've had a referee here on court number 1 at Weymouth this weekend. So a good addition to the experience of the players at these Pickleball event tournaments.
And it's all about development and progress for players and referees, and us as commentators as well. Chris, all learning our trade in pickleball.
Plenty of learning, Nick. Plenty of learning. If we're not we never lose, we just learn.
I'm learning that I probably should have worn an extra pair of socks, I can tell you that, Chris, because the feet are just seizing up slowly here as the temperature continues to dive.
Well, that's a fair point, Nick, because actually, generally, a little bit warmer I feel today, but my feet are like blocks of ice. And I was just thinking that in the next ad break, maybe I could leg it to the car and get a second pair of socks, which I foolishly didn't bring in with me. But hopefully this game will get us fully warmed up. Jen Hewitt has opted for the hoodie for this one, so a bit of a break between games has probably allowed the body temperature to drop. We are underway.
Yeah, Balson and Hewitt at the base of your screen, at the bottom of your screen. Hewitt just leaving that ball for Balson, Balson leaving it for Hewitt. Slight miscommunication. At the top of your screen we have Champion and Griffiths.
And Champion just clipping the top of his net there with that third, looking to be aggressive with it. And again from Champion. Just a couple of early mistakes there from Champion as he looks to find his way into this game. Quick side out with no score being taken.
And again, the return of Champion just causing slight confusion with Balson and Hewitt.
Yeah, deep and dipping that one from Champion, clipping the line. Good serve from Belson, nice and deep. Griffiths unable to cope and sends her return long. First point of the game. So clearly more of a premeditated idea there from Belson and Hewitt on that return from Champion, but didn't work out either.
Yeah, they're looking for Balson to take everything on his forehand here. Of course, our match referee will be looking for any faults at the kitchen line as well in this game. If we get there, not too many extended rallies at the minute, Chris, but early stages in this one.
Very much so, quite cagey. Few unforced errors at the moment. Just wide there from Champion, looking to rip his third down the line.
And there we see the first opportunity for Griffiths to replay. She'll get one warning, and then it's likely the point will be taken off her. But let's try take 3, Chantal Griffiths. Wait for the referee to call the score before you serve. She sees the funny side of it, though.
She does indeed. Hammer off. Good volley there from Hewitt, just down to the toes of Champion, who again was unable to deal with it. Clips it into the net, side out.
Yeah, Champion's just struggling to get the topspin read on his forehand at the minute, Chris.
Yeah, Belson giving that serve some rip as well, so 2 unreturned serves off the paddle of Louis Belson. Plenty of power, plenty of effort. Nice and deep again.
And there we see a foot called by our referee. Explosive from Balson, nails the volley, just loses his balance and ends up in the kitchen.
Yeah, incredibly unlucky there. It was a great bit of play. And the surf is just taking him in that little bit too close to the line. Eagle-eyed referee on it straight away.
Yeah, great refereeing from Creasy there, just spotting the kitchen error. Great rescue from Balson, and it's unlucky from Griffiths, who gets a lot of side spin on the initial drop but can't capitalise. Great rescue play from Balson.
Yeah, very much so. She opened up the court really well there, Griffiths, but just didn't execute on the next shot. She'll be really disappointed. Good return though, next shot she played. And then just clipping the net there from Belson, disappointed. Good recovery there though from Griffiths after the disappointment of the previous shot, Nick.
And again, we see for the 4th time in this match, Champion missing a 3rd shot drive. Chantal Griffiths is not going to miss though. Chris, that's a nice drive to the backhand of Balson, and it's a point for Griffiths and Champion.
She waited really nicely there. I thought she was going to go down the line, but then she opened up and went cross court and made it very difficult for Belson.
That's better from Champion. Ball dipping, nice and low. Griffiths driving, Hewitt not able to control the volley, and all of a sudden the gap is 1.
Better from Champion, that one. Oh, and Griffiths unable to follow up. But Champion actually really got that. Was what he's been looking to do on those previous ones, Nick.
Yeah, because that ball dips below the height of the net, Hewitt's got no option but to hit upwards on that ball, elevating the ball. An effective play from Champion when he gets it right.
Yeah, good play again from Champion. Just mixing up the direction there, forced Hewitt wide. Got the ball to come straight back into him so we could go down to the toes of Belson. Nice court control from Jamie Champion.
Belson rescuing the ball from near the front entrance here at the Way Valley Tennis Centre. Hewitt serving. Hewitt looking cold here, Chris.
Yeah.
And I think it might be having a slight impact on her focus, because she doesn't look warm at all, doesn't look comfortable at the minute, Jen Hewitt. Very talented player, but just looks slightly uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's the 3rd or 4th bit of miscommunication on that Champion return there, Nick, and it's causing problems. And first time I've actually seen Belson and Hewitt not being completely in sync with each other, to be fair.
Yeah, and I think that's down to the conditions here. Hewitt just showing a level of frustration with herself, a volley she would normally make, and an opportunity here for to just talk strategy with Balson. Any advice for them, Chris?
Yeah, well, first one would be don't get straight back into the game again. Take a minute here, just slow it down, have a chat. Belson's done the right thing. He's gone to get a drink. He's now just walking slowly down to the end of the court, whereas Hewitt was ready to go straight away there. So bit of intelligence there from Belson, I would say. Now they're engaging in a conversation. These conditions, Nick, playing wise, they are challenging. Even yesterday myself when I was out on court, it is cold, and but you know it's cold, but you just don't get that same feeling when you make a mistake. It's easy for the negativity to get into the head. You start blaming the surface, you start blaming the fact that you're cold, you're not fully warmed up and everything. So it's important to try and keep those thoughts away and just focus on the next point that's coming up.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Chris. Let's not forget the role Champion has played here in the comeback and ineffectively taking the lead. He's been making a lot more balls on the 3rd, failed on that occasion, but Champion's increased his efficacy, and as a result, they're steaming ahead.
Good play from Griffiths, Nick. Just saw the ball pop up again, just took that fraction just to make sure she was making the right choice, and then drove it past to open up a 2-point gap. Good reactions, Louis Belson. No balance there whatsoever, but just managed to get his paddle into the right position to deal with it, and then got the ball down to the ground in a very effective manner.
Full pirouette, Chris. It was a full pirouette from Balson. Ballerina-like at the kitchen, but demanding at the back of the court. Big shout of out to Hewitt. Close the gap to 1.
Yeah, good serve again from Belson. Champion unable to deal with that one. That's 4 or 5 errors straight off the serve now.
Tight contest here in this all-important group game.
First real kitchen battle coming up here, Nick. Good play from Griffiths. Hewitt just popping that one up a little bit, but Griffiths was in a nice position to be able to drive the ball. Bit of a body bag there on the, I think probably the knuckles of Belson. That's going to sting a little bit, but he won't show that. Hewitt just calling that one out.
Good inter-out forehand by Champion on the cross-court volley. So we're still tied here. Opportunity for Champion and Griffiths.
I think they changed their mind on that call, Nick, because Hewitt definitely called that one out.
So it's Champion and Griffiths who re-establish their lead. Can still see the frustrations etched all over the face of Hewitt. Explosive drive from Griffiths, slightly ambitious on the cross-court angle though, sends that ball wide. Second opportunity for Champion and Griffiths to score though and just extend their lead a little further. Get your serve in, focus on the third shot. Balson will be thinking about his return, getting it nice and deep.
Oh, good get from Champion. Oh, I'm unable to follow it up with the second one, but the first get was really, really good. But controlled play there from Hewitt, just asking the same question of James Champion, unable to get the ball back over the net. And again, Belson's serve causing problems.
Yeah, that's 3 unreturned serves this game from Champion. That's 3 points. Will they prove costly come the end of this match? Stay tuned to find out.
Well, Belson, so unlucky there. So unlucky. Amazing work. Unable to keep his footing and ends up full body laid out in the non-volley zone, which of course is a full body fault, Nick, not just a foot fault.
Louis, sleeping beauty. Balson taking a nap in the kitchen. You can't do that, and he slipped again on the surface, Chris. He's spending more time on the floor than he is standing on his feet.
Yeah, it must be incredibly frustrating because he's done 2 fantastic bits of dominant work and been unable to stay out of the non-volley zone.
Glad we've got a match referee for this one.
I think even I could have called the second fault though, Nick.
Yeah,
He was laid out, full body, right in the wrong place.
Yeah, well spotted, Chris. Serves called long, so non-scorer inside out for Champion and Griffiths. Balson just G's Hewitt up. In effect, it's the first of 3 here. Win by 1. All action, Balson again. 18
slipped the ankles.
It is showtime here at the Way Valley Tennis Centre. Louis Balson around the post, catches the shins of Jamie Champion. He waited, and then he pounced. Boom.
And then Griffiths just sending the return long again.
Match point.
Yeah, we have a match point now, Nick. And there we have it. The game is over. Belson and Hewitt battled their way through that one. It was a bit of a seesaw game. Both teams looked like they had the opportunity to take it on, but eventually it was Belson and Hewitt who are the victors. I think, Nick, Champion and Griffiths are going to regret some of the returns of serve. That was costly for them in that one.
Yeah, they gave 4 points away from unreturned serves, and the gap at the end was only 3 points. So something to reflect on there for Champion and Griffiths. But ultimately, the performance of Balson in the latter stages of that game saw them over the line. The big showtime moment with the ATP gave them the ascendancy. They march on, as do we, Chris. We'll be right back after this short break.
The around the post, or ATP, is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through. The goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed-ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed-up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused a deciding error in this example.
You're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve on a team except for the start of the game, but only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. The around the post, or ATP, is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through. The goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back, as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused the deciding error in this example. When attacking cross court, the counter attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball.
Welcome back to Weymouth, everybody. We are getting ready for the next 18 plus 4.5 plus mixed doubles match between Louis Belson, who we've seen a few times with Jen Hewitt this morning, but the first time we've seen Harry Feast and Kayla Graham, Nick. We're looking forward to this one, of course, but what do we know about Harry Feast and Kayla Graham for the viewers?
Well, Harry Feast, very established player here in the UK and on the continent across Europe, been successful in many events, and Kayla Graham part of the PPL Challenger League this year as well, so both very established players. Kayla Graham will definitely favour that forehand, the topspin forehand, and Harry Feast is a double-handed backhand player, which seems to be his strength. Now, most players will always favour the swing on their dominant hand, but when I've had the experience of playing against Harry Feast, that double-handed backhand is so accurate and so powerful that it's a particular strength of his, Chris.
That's interesting because, I mean, as you say, most people will prefer the forehand on their dominant side, so it gives them an added weapon there for sure. Would that potentially affect the court positioning that they're going to go for? Will they stack traditionally, or?
Yeah, I should imagine they will stack to keep Kayla on the forehand side, leave Harry with the forehand down the middle and the double-handed backhand as a strength down on the backhand side. Jen Hewitt's just removed her top, so clearly a little bit warmer now, Chris, and hopefully more comfortable in the opening stages of this game. Louis Balsam fresh off the back of the victory against their previous opponents here, Champion and Griffiths, and Balsam was extraordinary towards the back end of that game. He'll be looking to keep that momentum.
Yeah, he certainly played very, very well. He'll be looking to keep his feet as well as his momentum though, Nick, as he was unfortunate in the fact that he ended up in the non-volley zone a couple of times, having performed some great bits of athletic work at the kitchen line. Very unfortunate on those two occasions. So we're about to get underway. We have Tara Creasy as the referee once again for this one, and it looks like that it's going to be Jen Hewitt with the first serve of the game getting us underway. Harry Feast, I think, has just realised that he's on show court this morning, and he's given us a little bit of a friendly hello up here in the commentary booth.
Yeah, I'll talk to him about his choice of orange sleeves later on. Everybody else looking smart, all in black here. Feast has gone for the orange long sleeve option, Chris.
Yeah, but I'm going to give him an extra point though, because he has got pink in his trainers, and that is always a positive where I'm standing. So Jen Hewitt about to get us underway in this one.
Yeah, Hewitt and Balson at the top of your screen as we're watching, and Graham and Feast at the bottom. It's Graham serving. No, our referee's just got the wrong score there. There's been no score, so she just corrects herself there. A slight edit from the referee.
Now that isn't going to please Jen Hewitt. She was getting frustrated in the previous game. First time to go on the attack there, she's hit it into the net, but she appears to be laughing that one off a little bit more than previously. Hopefully it won't be in her head too much.
Oh, that's a great forehand attacking dink from Jen Hewitt. Generates a lot of topspin, hits the surface and just travels off at a rate of knots, Chris.
Yeah, very skiddy that one. That's a good way to get into the dinks. It's better to be a little bit more aggressive with them today. I feel she'll be disappointed then with the next shot that she gets, just sailing wide. Looking to get a little bit of consistency back into her game this morning, you would hope. Feast on serve. Well, good work from Belson. Good aggressive volley down to the ankles of Graham. She nearly got it back up and over with the double-handed backhand. Nice from Harry Feast, Nick.
Yeah, just picks his spot and places the ball. Spins his paddle in delight. Nice into-out forehand. Third time we've seen Balson and Hewitt on the show court here this morning. They've won one, lost one.
Seeing that Belson serve again though, Nick, it was very influential in the last game. He's gone down the middle for the first time there. Feast unable to return. Oh, and Harry Feast has clipped the top of the net with that one. I think not just the full court dimensions being used there, Nick, but the full venue dimensions being used. Angles, everyone running everywhere. Great recovery from both teams. Feast thought he had the moment, but he clipped the net.
Yeah, great hustle, Louis Balson. Great pace and acceleration across the court. Feast just not able to execute the overhead volley.
And Belson just getting up on that dink a little bit early there, unable to control it over the nets. And a scream of disbelief there from Jen Hewitt. The frustration levels really growing. We've all been there, Nick. You know you can do better sometimes, but it just doesn't seem to happen.
No, unreturned serves are costly at this level. That's great footwork and anticipation from Feast. Crabs to the right, pierces the volley through the partnership of Balson and Hewitt. Top spin roll, great anticipation, great read by Harry Feast.
Yeah, but great work there by Kayla Graham in the first place, just to get that cross-court width, which allowed Feast then to come central and dominate. And a nice drive follow-up there from Feast, forcing the volley long from Hewitt.
Yeah, great strike from Feast on the drive.
Do we need a towel down here, guys? If you're nearly slipping.
Referee's just concerned about the surface here on centre court. Graham complaining that she took a slip at the baseline here. And just because of the nature of the arena, in a hub here where it's slightly warmer inside but colder outside, there are elements of condensation with a few droplets coming off the roof. Nothing significant though, and here comes our tournament director, Steve Beale of pickleball.co.uk. Not just an organiser, Chris, but clearly court maintenance as well.
Very much so. I have to actually say though, I think that's a case of looking for a problem where there wasn't really one. I don't think either of the players were really that bothered at that moment with the conditions, but the referee was keen to have a look. If we get into doing this now, we're going to be doing this quite frequently over the next bits of play. So,
well, Steve Beale definitely enjoying his time on camera here live in Weymouth. Very much normally a man behind the scenes, but clearly enjoying his centre stage impact. The surface is actually an all-weather surface here in the Wey Valley Tennis Centre, not a full acrylic, so it's designed for multi-weather usage, Chris. So I'm not anticipating this to be a problem that exists in greater detail throughout the day, but player safety, of course, and player welfare does come first.
most certainly, but as you say, Nick, it is an all-weather surface, so it is designed to take a bit of moisture. Of course, now look, in the UK, we're not used to. We play most of our pickleball indoors. I know there are lots of outdoor courts, but people wouldn't then play when it is raining, as it does do a lot in this lovely island of ours. But probably won't be used to having that little bit of moisture underneath the foot. But I do think that we have to be careful that we're not going to be spending a lot of time here mopping up every single drop that comes, because it is going to be like that today. This is the venue that we're in. It is the same for everyone.
And if nothing else, we don't want to see too much of Steve Beale on camera. No, he hasn't really got a face for appearing on centre court or the pickleball ability, so best left organising the tournament rather than appearing live on the show court.
You've gone there, Nick, you've gone there. Back to the action on court number 1. We have the turnaround now, and Belson and Hewitt have opened up a 4-point lead here.
I think we might have that score actually slightly wrong, Chris. And it's a 4-point lead for Feast and Graham. My apologies. Clearly the interruption has caused us all to lose a little bit of concentration. But let's get back to the main action here. It is 6-2. 1 to Graham and Feast.
More scoreboard work, Nick, and less baiting of Steve Beale, I think, is the advice off the back of that one.
I've heeded your advice there, Chris. We are back on track. Great play from Balson. Great hands, great hand battle there at the net.
I did feel that was a foot fault for myself there from Belson. I was waiting to see whether the referee was going to call it, but eagle eye work from Creasy, but definitely the right call on that one.
Something for Belson to look back on later, I'm sure, just to confirm that call, but eagle-eyed referee Creasy.
Oh, nice drive, Harry Feast out to the backhand side of Belson. Difficult to deal with that one. It goes wide. Nice shot from Jen Hewitt. Good bit of work there. There is clearly a slight change in tactic here from Hewitt and Belson. Belson is asking Hewitt to stay a little bit wider so he can get a little bit more of the court. And he's just clipped that volley into the net.
Yeah, there's a 6-point gap here, but Belson not giving up. Hewitt not giving up here. They'll be looking to claw their way back into this fixture. But things just not happening as they would like them to at the minute here for Belson and Hewitt. They'll continue on. They'll persevere. Very resilient partnership. Meanwhile,
dominant again from Harry Feast. Got the pop-up from Belson. Dealt with it with the smash down the line. 2 points from victory here, Nick. And the way the game's going at the moment, it's going to have to be a monumental shift in momentum for this to turn around.
yeah, Feast is quality, Chris. I mean, that's a great put away from Belson. But just going back to Harry Feast, the boy is all quality, vastly experienced in the sport of pickleball now, and he has all of the shots to be successful, not only at this level, but higher levels as well. Now we see the third unreturned serve of the game. That brings up match point.
It is, yeah, as you say, match point now on the serve of Harry Feast. Good deep serve, forces the error from Louis Belson, and that's another game in the books, Nick. A comfortable victory in the end for Harry Feast and Kayla Graham. They'll be very pleased with their performance. Belson and Hewitt not too pleased with their own showing in that one.
Yeah, I'd be expecting Feast and Graham to go towards the latter stages of this competition. They'll be up there amongst the favourites to win gold today. We haven't seen Kilcoran or Gregory on show court today, but they're also in the 4.5 bracket. But from Feast's perspective and Graham, a very accomplished performance. We look forward to seeing them on show court later. We'll be right back after this short break.
When attacking cross court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball. Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. The around the post, or ATP, is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through, the goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for, people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight.
When attacking cross court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball. Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve on a team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up a third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2/6 left open on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball.
Welcome back to Weymouth, everybody, and we are looking forward to this one, Nick, aren't we, in the 18 plus 4.5 plus mixed category. Who have we got on show for this one?
Yeah, at the top of your court, we've got Victoria Kilcran and Emerson Gregory. Very high profile players here in the UK. And at the base of your screen, the undefeated partnership of Hares and Jelly so far in this Franklin Tour event. Again, very high profile players in their own right, playing, all four players playing in the PPL Premier League. Standard will be more equivalent to a 5.0 plus than a 4.5 plus here, so looking forward to this, Chris.
Yeah, this should be a very good game indeed. We've had an early side out, and Emily Jelly on serve, just hitting that one into the net.
Yeah, like I alluded to a short time ago, Hares and Jelly have played for 1-4 so far this morning. Not quite the same success rate for Gregory and Kilcran, but they'll be looking to make amends in order to go deeper in this tournament. So it feels like a critical game, more so for Gregory than Kilcran than Jelly and Hares, Chris.
Yeah, most certainly. A good response there from Hares, just drawing Kilcran into the kitchen area, unable to get that one over the net. Gregory on serve, clips the nets. Love that reset from Jelly in the first place there.
Hares just confirming with the referee that there was an out call. The referee likes the players to make an audible call so she can make the correct announcement of the score.
Just long there from Gregory, incredibly close, but the correct call there from Ed Hares gets their second point on the boards. Oh, it's gone
Net roll
over, it's
rescue,
gone over again!
and it cannot be rescued by Gregory. They cannot believe it. How did Ed Hares retrieve that ball and get it back? Lloyd Attrell can't believe it at the side of the court. Emerson Gregory can't believe it. I'm not too sure I can either, Chris.
I have no idea what happened there, but I think somebody won a point, Nick.
Unbelievable rescue play from Hares. Faster than a rabbit into the kitchen zone.
Faster than a rabbit or faster than a hare, Nick? Oh, hare's fast, that's it. I mean, he is, but in general, are they? Have rabbits been given the pace in that similar species?
A little bit of metamorphosis from Hares. And speaking of Hares, have raced into a 4-0 start here. That
Just
ball's
long
called
from Gregory.
long. Strong start from Hares and Jelly, and quickly, in no time at all, the momentum has switched to 6-0 for Hares and Jelly. Gregory and Kilcran just need to arrest the speed of play here from Jelly and Hares. Any advice, Chris?
I think it's just getting back to those basics, isn't it, Nick? As we often say, getting the serves, getting the returns, getting the thirds. A lot of unforced errors happening in this particular game for them, but still plenty of time. We've seen people come back from here. So an early side out after the change around. So an opportunity now for Victoria Kilcran to get some points on the board.
Yeah, it's a
Good
great speed up.
Good drive, yeah. Good speed up there from Ed Hares, forcing the mistake from Kilgren. And Gregory just sending that third in halfway down the net. He'll be disappointed with that. So another non-scoring side out, Nick, and another opportunity for Jelly and Hares to increase their lead.
ATP Emerson Gregory, it is showtime here in the Wey Valley Tennis Centre. He waited and he pounced. Great striking from Gregory.
And it's forced Hares then to put his serve into the net. So a non-scoring side out again. So a second opportunity for Kilcran and Gregory to get their first points since the turnaround. And there we go. They are on the board, Nick.
Sometimes it just takes a moment of brilliance, a moment of flair to get the steam train rolling.
Good deep serve that from Kilcran. And a good drive from Gregory. 2 points on the board now. That ATP has clearly shifted the dynamic a little bit. The confidence seems to be a lot higher now.
All of a sudden they're making balls, making quality balls too. But that's not coming back. That's slightly aerial by Kilcran, who apologises to her partner Hares. Makes no mistake with the overhead volley.
Yeah, good placement that time from Hares. Didn't need the power, just got the spot of the court absolutely right. Very difficult for Kilcran to return that one. And another unforced error there from Kilcran. And that little momentum shift seems to have gone back the other way now. It just feels like Jelly and Hares are back in control as Gregerson sends that return deep as well. One thing I've noticed watching Hares and Jelly is they just seem to have so much time when they're playing. Things that would hurry other players. Time seems to slow down for them.
3 unreturned serves in a row, Chris. And all of a sudden, like you suggest, the composed Jelly and Hares look in complete control of this. And I think you're right, Chris. They do manage to afford themselves lots of time. They communicate well with each other, an established partnership, as we're aware.
Jelly just sending that serve wide, looking to use all of the court where possible. Hares slowing it down straight away.
Moonball serve. Great
Good
footwork.
work from Emerson. Nice leap around the court. The scoreboard might not reflect it, but we've seen the 2 moments of the game of flair from Emerson Gregory so far.
Yeah, moments of brilliance from Gregory, but that's not going to win you pickleball matches. It's the consistent application of the basics that will get you over the line, but nevertheless, great flair, excitement and enjoyment from Gregory.
Whoa!
Body bag warning. Shots fired from Gregory, well taken by Hares, who says good shot inside. He'll be annoyed.
Good depth on that volley from Hares, and again. That's gone over.
Casual, good footwork. Casual at first from Hares, but ultimately set up the next shot, managed to avoid the kitchen and puts the volley away.
And another unreturned serve there from Emerson Gregory.
That brings up match point for Hares and Jelly. An impressive Hares and Jelly, and there we go. 4 unreturned serves in the game, but that didn't strictly tell the story. Great control, great composure and poise from Jelly and Hares, who are still talking about the body bag shot from Gregory to Hares. Moments of brilliance from the youngster that is Emerson Gregory, Chris, but ultimately it's consistency that wins the day.
No, very much so. The key difference there was just Hares and Jelly just didn't make many mistakes, did they, at all? Everything they were doing seemed to go in. They just kept asking constant questions. It was placement over power. Yes, Gregory will have a couple of moments for the show reel, but ultimately, as you say, it's that consistency that won the game. So we will be moving swiftly on to the next match in this competition, and we'll be back after these words from our sponsor.
What you waiting for? People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open, on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball. The around the post or ATP is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through. The goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed-ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed-up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused the deciding error in this example. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error.
Welcome back to the Franklin Pickleball event in Dorset here at the Way Valley Tennis Centre in Weymouth. We haven't introduced ourselves for a while, Nick. We might have some new people watching the stream. We've had a lazy Sunday morning and we've decided that pickleball is now what they want to be watching. I am Chris Beaumont and I am joined by Nick Hobbis. Nick.
Yeah, enjoying the tournament down here in Dorset, Weymouth. Chris, for the first Franklin Pickleball Tour event of 2025. If you want to get involved in any of the tournaments that are happening throughout the course of this year, go to picklebee.co.uk, and of course this is being streamed live all around the world via the YouTube channel, and no better time to switch on and watch than with top players like Victoria Kilcran and Emerson Gregory appearing live on the show court. They're up against Chantal Griffiths and Jamie Champion, and yeah, very much looking forward to this group game in the 4.5 division, Chris.
Yeah, very much so. On that subject of it being streamed all around the world, Nick, check some of the stats last night and we had a viewer in Panama. So that is very much a global viewership of this wonderful event here in Weymouth. So Chantal Griffiths about to get us underway in this one.
Yeah, Griffiths and Champion at the top of your court, Gregory and Kilcran at the bottom. And yeah, good morning to all our viewers from Panama then.
I'm sure the weather is as beautiful there as it is here today. Good drive from Gregory. Unable to follow it up though then with the reset. And we've seen that quite a bit in the game that we've seen Gregory and Kilcran play so far, Nick.
Yeah, easy to forget the age of Gregory. Been on the pickleball scene for a little over 18 months now, but still in his teen years, Chris. But one of the hottest talents here in the UK.
Oh, most certainly, most certainly. And he's also, what I like about Emerson is he's got a bit of tactical maturity as well, which is great for his age. Quite often, as a young player, you can technically have a game, but just tactically and the understanding of how to use it might not quite be there. But I feel like he knows what he's trying to do on
Yeah, shows a maturity beyond his years on and off-court Emerson Gregory, very much a regular in the Franklin PPL League, and I'm sure he'll be hoping to cement his place in that tournament next year.
Nice block volley there from Kilcran, just asking a question, Champion, who hit his ball into the net. Second server then. Unfortunately for Kilcran, looked like she'd made an early inroad into the game there, Nick, but she'll be disappointed with that. She'll be looking to cut down the amount of unforced errors from the previous game for sure.
Yeah, just a little bit low on confidence, Kilcran and Gregory, after a run of defeats early this morning. Great rescue from Griffiths, and Kilcran stretches.
Great, wasn't it, Nick? What a great retrieval, because it was a really smart volley, creating the angle, but she did so well to get there. And if you get there, you never know what happens next, and as we saw there.
Make your opponents play one extra ball. There we can see Kilcran just struggling with the surface slightly on that return of serve.
And just long that one from Champion. Side out, Gregory on serve. Nice play, Jamie Champion, that wasn't it, Nick? Good initial approach volley, and then able to direct the ball down to the toes of Gregory.
I like the way he got himself to the kitchen to be able to play the winning volley. Yeah, that's a good play from Gregory, targeting the backhand of Griffiths in a low hybrid drive drop.
Good work from Griffiths, and able to get out of the way of that kitchen line as well. Eagle Eye Creasy could have been very close on calling that, but she set that point up very nicely, Nick, didn't she, with a good initial volley, getting the pop up, and then going for the volley winner.
Yeah, she did. Great balance and control to be able to avoid the kitchen zone as well, like you suggest. Well played, Chantal Griffiths. And the net tape comes to the aid of Champion, who raises his hand to apologise. Won't make Kilcran feel any better about the situation though.
Good drive, Jamie Champion again, and Kilcran another error off the paddle, but not too much he could have done with that one, because it was a very well directed drive. Gregory just going along as well, Nick.
Yeah, but that's great play from Jamie Champion. We haven't seen a great deal of consistency from Champion this morning, but definitely in this game he seems to have increased that efficacy rate, and those top spin third shots that dip low into the kitchen zone below the knees of Gregory and Kilcran just force them to play upwards, and from there on in, Griffiths and Champion are in the ascendancy in the rally. So great strategy and execution from Champion and Griffiths. It's Kilcran and Gregory who are on the back foot, and a bit of a surprise here.
No, most certainly, most certainly. But as we know, things can change at the change around, so let's see what happens next. And Griffiths just getting a bit too flat on that drive, just sending it straight as an arrow into the net. That's gone long again from Kilcran. Griffiths potentially taking Champion's head off there with a shot that didn't need to be played, but they're laughing that potential incident off.
7-2 here, Chris, but 3 unreturned serves from Kilcran and Gregory. Take those 3 points away, and all of a sudden that score's a little bit closer. So it is those errors that are making the difference here this morning.
And they're also forcing a lot of pop-ups, Griffiths and Champion. But a little bit of luck goes the way of Kilcran for the first time this morning on number 1 court. So could that be a slight opening of the door for them? Ball moving like a banana there, Nick. Gregory thought it was going to his forehand and it curved away towards the backhand and he turned his back on it.
Yeah, there's definitely a drop off in intensity from Gregory and Kilcran. Net tape lands in court, and of course there's no lets in pickleball, Chris, unlike any other net and wall game you might play.
Big serve again from Gregory. Good drive to follow it up as well. You get the feeling that Gregory's just decided to take the handbrake off now, hasn't he, Nick? He's just going for everything.
Yeah, he's just going to unleash.
Oh, what a get, Jamie Champion. Emerson Gregory can't believe it. We can't believe it. That is a fantastic recovery shot with a little bit extra.
Not just a recovery shot, an attacking shot there, cross court from Champion, who absolutely loves the play. Gregory can't believe it still in a state of shock.
And I'll tell you what, I think that shot that Champion just played was in Gregory's mind then, because we saw Gregory flick with aggression in that position in the last game, and that time he just patted it back over.
Scorpion-like from Kilcran, who gets down on all fours to hit that overhead from such a low position, Chris.
Yeah.
Great use of the body.
Very good use of the body. Any other position probably wouldn't be able to keep that ball in play, and she got her reward for it because a mistake was forced. But 2 points away from victory, still on serve. Good work again from Griffiths. Just keeps pushing, just keeps forcing the errors from Kilcran and Gregory.
Match point here for an impressive performance from Griffiths and Champion.
Nice play though, again by Gregory that time. Just getting it down to the toes of Griffiths, who was unable to elevate the ball back over the net and keep it in play. So side out, now or never, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah, I can't see the tide changing here too much, Chris, because Griffiths has got the ability to volley like that.
Yeah, bit too much height there from Gregory, I think he knows it, but really well dealt with again by Griffiths. Not so much power that time, just good placement, good control down the middle. Yeah, Gregory clearly disappointed with himself on that one. They've just handed the ball back over to Champion and Griffiths. Griffiths with the chance to serve for the match now.
Yeah, less show time, more home time, I think, for Gregory in this game.
Champion unable to get this one done, but he's going to have the ball in his hand now. A good serve could be all we need. Look at that, Nick. Commentator called it nice and early for once on this occasion here in Dorset. Yeah, Gregory and Kilcran are going to be disappointed with that one, aren't they?
Yeah, day to forget for Kilcran and Gregory, just not at the races today, stumbling at each hurdle they come across. But nevertheless, Griffiths and Champion will be immensely pleased and encouraged by that performance after some of their previous efforts. They'll be hoping to go deep in this competition in the 4.5 bracket, so congratulations to them. Commiserations to Gregory and Kilcran. We'll be back after this short break.
The around the post, or ATP, is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball doesn't need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through. The goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back, as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused the deciding error in this example.
Ready? Welcome back to Weymouth. We have Simon Farr doing a bit of court repair for us, Nick. And we are looking forward to this next one now between Scott Mayo, Maisie Wise, and once again Chantal Griffiths and Jamie Champion. We were just talking to Maisie Wise there before we went back on stream, Nick, and they've won 3, lost 3 so far today. So they've still got a chance of sneaking into the semi-finals. What do you think they'll be looking to do versus Champion and Griffiths, who we've just seen in the previous match?
Yeah, I think Wise and Mayo will have a clear strategy to try and engage Griffiths and Champion into more of a dinking game here, a slow game, looking to derail the drive of Champion and the volume velocity of Griffiths. One thing we know for sure is that Wise and Mayo, the Welsh wizard Mayo, will definitely bring an element of enjoyment and enthusiasm to the show court here live in Weymouth. So very much looking forward to their engagement.
Yeah, very much so. And if you signed up to Scott's new newsletter, Nick, The Paradox of Now, asking some wonderful questions of the world that we live in.
Yeah, very philosophical Mayo, also taking on the marketing and promotions role here for Pickleball. Posted a interesting image of you a few minutes ago, Chris.
Most certainly, and Scott will get some. Scott will get his over the course of this commentary. I promise you, Nick.
Yeah, an opportunity for you to get your own back here. So we've got Griffiths and Champion at the top of the court, and at the base of your screen we've got the partnership of Wise and Mayo. And has our referee just gone to get a biscuit there, or has she gone to get a pen?
I think she's gone to get a pen there, Nick. Obviously fully prepared as always, but still looking ready for that mountain trip after the day's action has ended. Oh, Jamie Champion. Keep looking for that ball, Jamie. It's not gone on the court. We can confirm up here that the ball did go out, because you might have wondered where it actually did land.
And there we can see that strategy that we talked about before the game. Just that slow third shot drop into the kitchen, pop up from Griffiths. Mayo's there to read and volley the ball away.
Yeah, he saw that one very early, able to execute. Unlucky, but again, it didn't work that time. That's definitely the way for them to go forward in this game. They got themselves up to the kitchen. Good response from Griffiths on that one, but keep asking those questions, I would imagine.
Griffiths coming out on top of the last 2 rallies at the kitchen line, but again we can see a clear strategy from Mayo and Wise. Let's see how Champion and Griffiths respond.
Champion saw it there for the attack, didn't execute. He'll be disappointed, but a good atmosphere on court here so far in this 7th game of the morning, I think, or my numbers might be incorrect. That doesn't count, Scott Mayo. You can't hit it twice.
I like the moon ball return from Wise. The serve was deep from Champion. Wise hits the moon ball return, just testing out the timing of Champion, who hits it into the middle of the net.
Good work from Wise there, being able to find the net cord. So Champions has had to deal with two different things there that he wouldn't normally have to face in this game. Champion not too sure what happened with that one either. Might have been a bit of a court getting involved there, but a really nice third shot there from Scott Mayo, wasn't it, Nick?
Yeah, that effective strategy coming to fruition once again.
Good work though from Griffiths. If you give her any margin to get on the attack on the volley there, she's going to take it.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Griffiths' volleying ability today.
Unable to get the drop that time. Scott looking at the court surface. Bit of skid. Well played, Maisie Wise.
Wise is pleased with herself and her defences there.
Nice return from Scott Mayo. Just taking that pace off. It's changing the timing of their drives, isn't it?
Yeah, also developing a little bit of backspin, which means their opponents have two problems to face.
The champion surprisingly hits that one long. Little bit of a gap opening up here on court number 1. 4 points of difference now to Mayo and Wise, still on serve.
Yeah, very much a confident player, Wise, and we can see after her gold medal yesterday, she's up for the challenge here. One of my favourite players, Chris, I have to say, and there's a change of ends.
It's come around quite quickly, hasn't it? A 6-1 lead for Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise after the first section of this game. What do Champion and Griffiths have to change to get themselves out of this one, Nick?
They have to develop a strategy where they meet dink with dink, because Mayo and Wise have been very clear from the offset that they're going to put that ball into the kitchen constantly. So Griffiths and Champion need to find a way of either speeding up earlier to keep Wise and Mayo back, or engage like for like at that kitchen zone, exerting control and a greater discipline in their dinking game.
Well, we will see if that is about to happen. Players just getting into the correct positions for Maisie Wise serve. But also, Nick, there is an element of mistakes slipping into the game of Champion and Griffiths, not killing the volleys that they were killing in previous games that we've seen.
Yeah, that's down to the pressure that Wise and Mayo are applying, and of course everything just becomes slightly more challenging, a little bit more difficult when there's a gap in the scoreline and you're coming from behind.
Mayo is dropping delightfully today, isn't he?
Yeah, he is very controlled, very skilled in that particular discipline, and the referees asked the point to be replayed. There was a ball on court, and I think Mayo might have just gotten away with one there, Chris.
Yeah, certainly did. Griffiths giving it back to Mayo. Mayo trying to take control of the court there. Attacks Griffiths' backhand volley, but she dealt with it with more and sent it back, forcing the mistake from Mayo, who's just taking a moment to do a little bit of gardening to recompose himself after that error. A little bit of tape's going to be needed to just tidy up the court here.
Yeah, Wise's drop was excellent. You saw how low Champion got to the kitchen line, hit the ball up, but Mayo wasn't there to take advantage in that previous point, allowed the ball to bounce mid-court. Again, when Mayo looks back at this later on this evening, he may consider his court positioning, get himself a little bit further forward in order to play a volley rather than hitting the ball on the bounce. But ultimately well played by Griffiths. We look as if we're back up and running here, Chris.
Never looked like that point was going to end any other way. Mayo was doing his best to reset, couldn't get enough drop on those ones, and then the ball was there for Champion to kill. Well dealt with by Scott Mayo, and Griffiths coming all the way over to try and attack. Ball probably going long, Nick?
Yeah, might have been going long, but I like the intent from Griffiths, looking to step in and hit a winner nice and early. The ball was definitely there for that. She had the misread, but nevertheless, it's the right play.
Nice attack from Griffiths. There was some good work from both Champion and Mayo on that one, but Griffiths got onto the front foot, drove the ball, clipped the top of Scott Mayo's paddle, and the ball is being retrieved as we speak. So that's a side out.
Yeah, Griffiths is fired up here, Chris. Griffiths is fired up, looking to unleash at every opportunity.
Yeah, Mayo did very well to get out of the way of that one, just to see the ball go long. Forcing the mistake again. Griffiths just sending that ball long.
Once again, Chris, when all four players are at that non-volley zone, it only ever looks like Mayo and Wise who are going to come out on top. Scott Mayo, great play.
Example again there, Nick. Absolute control from Mayo and Wise. What I really liked in that one, though, is how they both managed the transition zone there to get to the kitchen in the first place. And once they were there, really great control and play.
Yeah, nice progressive pickleball from Mayo. On this occasion, Champion just asserts in the rally and manages to punch the volley straight down the middle, but can't fail to be impressed by Scott Mayo, the South Walian.
That one just called out by a Champion, and it was just wide of the line. So Maisie Wise on match point, ball in hand. And there we go, Nick. That is the end of that one. A comfortable, dominant, controlled victory for Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise there.
Yeah, it was a critical game for Mayo and Wise. Mayo applauding the commentary team, but no, Scott Mayo, we're applauding you, because very effective performance. Like I suggested, it was a critical game. They needed to win that to progress through to the medal stages later on this afternoon. We'll see if they've managed to be successful later on. But coming up, I think we've got the unbeaten partnership of the McGregors. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be back after this short break.
Waiting for people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2/6 left open on either side of the players in a more central.
Welcome back to Weymouth, everybody, and we're getting our first look, Nick, at the two McGregors this morning. Jilly on the far end and her son Jack, who we saw in action yesterday, up against Lauren Gosling and Tom Ashford, who we've been very impressed with so far today.
Yeah, looking forward to this contest, the partnership, mother and son partnership of Jack McGregor and Jilly McGregor. Only had one defeat in the tournament so far, so guaranteed a spot in our medal matches later on this afternoon. But also Ashford and Gosling have managed 3 victories out of 3 when I last looked as well, Chris. So I'm expecting a competitive affair here with both couples looking to go into some medal matches later on.
Very much so. This should be a good one. Just looking at that warm-up, going to be interesting to see Jilly McGregor. She looks like she's got very good hands at the kitchen line. And obviously we saw so much of Jack McGregor's power yesterday. Interested to see how Ashford and Gosling adapt tactically for this one. And we're underway. First return just going into the net there from Jilly McGregor.
Yeah, things you love to see in pickleball. Mother and son being able to play as a mixed doubles partnership is definitely one of those things, Chris. The sport of pickleball bringing people together.
It's very cool to be able to see the family dynamics on show today. And just a drop going a little bit short into the net there from Jack McGregor.
I think Jack McGregor just had a slight drip on his head as he attempted to play the third shot, slightly off-putting for him, a little bit of condensation coming from the roof.
Drip free on that one though, forcing the error from Tom Ashford. Nice return from Lauren Gosling, good bit of width on it, asking a question there of Jilly McGregor. switch there from the McGregors. Ashford attacks, but goes too long. Nice serve that from Ashford, Nick. Deep and skiddy to the backhand of Gilly McGregor.
Yeah, 2 unreturned serves from Gilly McGregor. Great defences. All action points, and it's Ashford and Gosling who come out on top. Great reactions from all 4 players, but it's Ashford who wins the hands battle.
Yeah, that just kept getting quicker and quicker, didn't it, Nick? And somebody was going to come out on top, and it was Ashford on that occasion. Good play from the McGregors, though. Kept asking the question of Lauren Gosling, and they come out on top of that one. So a side out.
Referee just questioning the positioning of Gosling and Ashford, but Gosling and Ashford are correct. Scores odd down there, so Gosling started off on the backhand side, so should be receiving on the forehand side.
McGregor just punishing Ashford there, coming right across the court, driving hard. Now just checking the ball. Could be some mind games.
Yeah, McGregor loves to speed up, loves that attacking drive.
Good play from Gosling, and Ashford on that occasion did really, really well to control the ball. Ooh, nice effort from Gilly McGregor on that one. Just clipping the top of the net, but the angle would have been great, wouldn't it, Nick?
Yeah, great intent from McGregor, just not able to execute. Yeah, McGregor with his badminton background, you do not want to put the ball in the air to Jack McGregor, because when it comes back, it's coming back at pace.
Somebody in the crowd, I believe it's Chris Wilson, has just worn that one in the midriff. That was travelling. But then on the other side of McGregor's game, just not getting the control on the third there.
Yeah, Gosling trying to place the ball over to Gilly McGregor's side, but Jack McGregor's reading that. Plenty of room behind Jack McGregor, Chris, that Gosling might want to exploit.
No, exactly. He's coming so central. That is leaving spaces elsewhere. It's a case of, can they just change their direction of attack? Because yeah, it's clear that the game plan is to go to Gilly, but maybe think about that space behind Jack.
Yeah, great backspin from Ashford on that occasion. McGregor not reading that. Tries to replay the shot in his head.
That was the third unreturned serve there from Gilly McGregor. That one just keeping a little bit low, but wanted to get underneath that one a lot more. Waiting to see. No, I believe they called that ball in. Couldn't really tell from here in the commentary booth. So great depth by Jack McGregor there to force the error.
This time Gilly McGregor gets the serve back, but referee hadn't called the score. Drive incoming.
Good body work there from Jack McGregor to get out of the way of that one. That was travelling to the shoulder. Just dipped out of the way. Good drive again from Gosling down to the toes of Jack McGregor. Just lets out an audible cry of annoyance.
Yeah, slightly frustrated with himself. Decides to slow it down.
played, Ashford. Well played. Yes, McGregor just confirming that his initial dink there put his mum under pressure. She popped up and Ashford killed the point. Catch.
Not caught in the crowd on this occasion off the top edge.
That one in my other favourite game, Nick, of cricket, probably would have gone all the way over to the boundary, over the slips, and then there's that long awaited question, which one of the slips is going to have to make the long trot to retrieve?
Definitely you rather than me.
Oh, she's found the edge of the paddle again there. 2 in a row off the edge.
Yeah, Gosling and Ashford just looking pretty assured here. If they can master the spacing behind Jack McGregor, they're well positioned to secure victory in this game. But there's been 4 unreturned serves from Jilly McGregor. The score's 6-4. 4 crucial points, Chris.
Yeah, it tells a story, doesn't it? It tells a story there. The ball's keeping low at times on the service, but we know that, and it is the same for everyone. We haven't got the most powerful serves of the day coming from Ashford and Gosling, so the opportunity to do better. And there we go. As Nick Hobbs suggested earlier on, there is space behind Jack McGregor. Can you exploit it? And Tom Ashford has managed to do so. And an error off the paddle of Jilly McGregor there. Just got a little bit too over the ball there, trying to direct the ball back down, but hitting it into the nets. Gosling just going cross court on the drop, but clipping the top of the net and unsuccessful there. A 4-point gap now.
Ashford knows, doesn't he? Probably not the best. Ashford used to teach Greg McGregor at badminton. He's just announced us here in the commentary booth, but yeah, he knows that's not the play, Chris.
Yeah, as soon as he put it out there, you could tell he knew what he'd done. A good duck from Gosling, good communication from Ashford Court. I really like how he's talking Lauren through these games.
Yeah, you can see his coaching background in badminton is coming to good aid here, talking his partner through, just communicating, building confidence.
Lovely, lovely slice volley there from Gosling to the toes of Jilly McGregor. Nothing she could do with that one again.
Again, Chris, you just see the space down on the backhand wing of McGregor there. Ashford targeting the centre court, but probably could do with pushing McGregor wide onto his backhand on that third.
I agree completely, but they are still finding the opportunity to target Jilly frequently there. So although the space is there, their strategy's working so far. They're 2 points away from victory, so probably don't want to change too much. Nice play from Ashford, talking Gosling through that point, waiting for the opportunity. I think he made it look like he was going to go to the space, which got McGregor off balance.
Yeah, match point Gosling and Ashford, who continue to impress us on centre court and continue in this tournament as they will. Impressive yet again from Ashford and Gosling. They go marching on, whereas Jilly McGregor and Jack McGregor, a little bit of thinking to do, Chris.
Yeah, really impressive performance again from Ashford and Gosling. They dominated that match, forced error after error from the paddle of Jilly McGregor. Jack McGregor then forcing himself to get more and more involved, and that led to errors from himself. So, yeah, tactically spot on, technically spot on, I would say, from Gosling and her partner Ashford in that game. We will be back shortly with the next game of this 18 plus, 4.5 plus mixed doubles tournament here in Weymouth.
The around the post, or ATP, is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is a traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through. The goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused a deciding error in this example. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open, one either side of the players in a more central location of the ball. A pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box.
Welcome back here in Weymouth, where we are progressing quickly through the 18 plus 4.5 plus mixed division today, this Sunday morning at the Franklin Pickleball event in Dorset. We have got the next matchup between Harry Feast, Kayla Graham, who need to win this one, Nick, to progress to the semi-finals, against Tim Spurway and Ali Pringle, who are very much learning their on the job in the 4.5 division for the first time today.
Yeah, they've managed a victory, Spurway and Pringle, but definitely found it difficult, that's for sure. From the perspective of Feast and Graham, it's a critical game because they must win. It's a must-win game for Feast and Graham in order to progress through to the semi-finals. Lose and they go out, win and they go through. The equation is as simple as that, so stay tuned to find out, to see what happens in this crucial game.
So we're back to no referee for this one, so the players will be doing everything by themselves, and Ali Pringle's about to get us underway in the action.
Yeah, we've got Pringle and Spurway at the top of your screen, Feast and Graham at the bottom, and it's Feast who just pierces that ball into the arm of Pringle. Feast, a lovely bloke though, Chris, nice guy. Apology comes straight away, there'll be no intention there whatsoever.
And an early side out, ball going over to Kayla Graham. An opportunity to get an early inroad into this must-win game for them. Good resetting work from Spurway and Pringle there. And Feast just taking the ball a bit too hard out of the air and sending that one long. There's a check on the ball. I think Pringle's got a slight knock to the wrist from that early shot from Feast.
Yeah, lots of checks going on here, Chris. Lots of checks.
Lots of checks going on, Nick. We're not really sure what's going on, but the ball's in the hand of the Harry Feast. And we're underway again.
Two rare errors from Feast in a row. Sure, he'll be looking to put those behind him. So we're yet to score here in this crucial group game. And that's a nice drop from Spurway right at the feet of Graham.
Yeah, good shot, Tim Spurway. He'll be pleased with that one little moment of celebration between the partners. They will be really keen to get another victory on the board here in this one. Pringle then just sending that third into the net. And a second opportunity for them to score. Get two serves in pickleball. Unless, of course, at the start of the game, which is one of those wonderful, quirky pickleball things. Nice, Ali Pringle. Great angle, great shot. Very good bit of play indeed.
Yeah, well constructed point all round. Nice deep serve, nice third from Spurway, and great put away from Pringle.
Punishing from Feast. Just felt like Pringle was a little bit slow to get back into position on a couple of shots there, which meant the ball was going to keep coming back to her, and it did. Feast on the attack, side out. And a 2-point deficit to try and make up quickly here. Third from Kayla Graham on the angle, just going into the net there.
So opportunity here for Feast and Graham to extend their lead. Feast on the double-handed backhand. Just sends that one wide though. Great defences from Pringle.
Called out correctly from my point of view. Graham looking to go as far wide as possible, but just a little bit too much there. And that is a 3rd point for Spurway and Pringle. Make that a 4th. They've opened up a little bit of a lead here early doors in this one.
Yeah, and Feast and Graham are clearly feeling the pressure here, Chris, in this must-win encounter.
Oh, Ali Pringle, that was superb. Reaching low, using the pace of the ball and redirecting it down the middle. 5-point lead, but shot of the day for that pairing. They are cooking, Nick Hobbs. They are loving this one. They are taking a 6-point advantage into the turnaround. They will be wondering where this has been so far this morning, but enjoying every moment of it right now.
Look at the smile on Tim Spurway's face. He is pleased with his performance, and so he should be. As should Pringle, who's shown some moments of absolute brilliance in the first half of this game.
And there we go. It is 5 minutes past 12, ladies and gentlemen, and Nick Hobbs has pulled out the curse of the commentator.
Feast and Graham have got to get their way back into this game if they're to progress through to the semi-finals. Pressure is definitely on.
Great reset work here from Pringle, but she probably didn't want to advance to the transition zone just at that moment. Directed back down to her toes. So, Kayla Graham needs to get some points on the board.
Yeah, got to trouble the scoreboard here. Great footwork from Feast, who this time punishes the pop-up.
Be interesting to see over the next couple of exchanges how fragile the confidence of Spurway and Pringle are. If a couple of quick points happen now, will the momentum change completely?
Great defences from
Well done, Pringle again. Yeah.
And that ball, I think, is called. Ball's called out. The ball's broke, but we just want to establish whether the ball was in or out. Spurway is not happy with the call. Feast saw the ball as out. Graham played it because she wasn't sure. But again, the call remains with the team on which side the ball lands. So ultimately, it's a point to Feast and Graham.
I think Pringle and Spurway can be a little bit disappointed there. Good strike from Feast. Good volley down the middle. Now, these are critical moments for Spurway and Pringle. As we mentioned earlier, how are they going to stand up if the momentum changes a little bit? We're about to find out.
Yeah, I think the atmosphere's changed slightly with that call as well. And you can see the frustration here from Spurway and Pringle, who just need to get back to playing pickleball. The in-out call was 3 points ago now. Park it, move on, would be my advice.
And that one just looping up and over. Can understand why Pringle might have thought that one was going long, but there wasn't as much pace on the ball as first thought, and it just sails in. They've got it back to 1 point now.
Yeah, momentum is with Graham and Feast, and it seems that point earlier on was a bit of a game changer. So ball called in. Ball looked out to me, Chris.
Yeah, it certainly did. It certainly
Played by
did.
Pringle. Thinking exchange.
And
Speed
a
up
good
from
shot.
Graham.
But Pringle categorically should have called that ball out. It was. And these are the fine margins that we're talking about at this level, Nick. I mean, momentum can change so quickly in any game, but if you let a pair like Feast and Graham get on the front foot, quickly you're going to find yourself in a different match.
Yeah, it's 7 points in a row here for Graham and for Feast, but ultimately there's a side out, and it's an opportunity for Spurway and Pringle just to gather themselves.
Just a bit of composure needed now.
Can feel the tension here in the Way Valley Tennis Centre. Both sets of players looking for victory for different reasons here. Graham and Feast to progress through, Spurway and Pringle from a developmental perspective, but clearly important for both teams here.
Clips the paddle there from Feast. Good drive by Spurway.
And that's their first point on the board in a very long time since the turn of ends.
It's drawn them level, Nick. So, and Pringle so close to another good reset on that occasion.
Whatever the impact of that in-out call, it definitely changed the momentum of this game, but who's got the psychological composure just to see this one through? Yeah, pop up from Pringle, and that's punished nicely by Feast, who makes no mistake on the volley.
Yeah,
that takes them into the lead.
Good reach there from Harry Feast. Read it well, punished it. Good serve as well. Good serve as well.
And Feast and Graham are 2 points away from victory here.
And Pringle just getting to her head a little bit now, I think. Unfortunate for her on that one. She's played so well in this game, but a couple of errors sneaking in right at the end here. So it's match point to Feast and Graham.
Yeah, opportunity knocks for the semi-final here for Feast and Graham, but can't get the job done just yet. Second opportunity comes here though with Graham, and when Pringle and Spurway look back on this one, Chris, I want to watch the first half of this game rather than the second, that's for sure. But let's see if Graham and Feast can get the job done here. What a great play from Pringle, into out forehand volley. Spurway congratulates his partner. Great shot.
Very much so. She's played some fantastic shots in this game. There's been 3 or 4 winners that just have an absolute touch of class about them. The score's 7-10.
Score is definitely 7-10.
Good attack by Spurway. Closes the gap to 2 points.
Yeah, I like the third shot drive option there, down the middle.
So close. So
Unlucky
close.
Ali Pringle, sorry. Those are the margins, Chris. The net tape just coming to aid Feast and Graham there. And this one's tight, and it's just an error from Pringle that sends that ball long. So, third match point for Kayla, Graham and Harry Feast. Third opportunity to get into our semi-finals here in our 4.5 division. Can they take it? Yes, they can, and it is Graham and Feast who advance through to the semi-finals. Fantastic play from Spurway and Pringle, especially in the first half of that game, but ultimately the momentum switched at the change of ends, Chris.
It certainly did, and as we know, anything can happen at that change around. Spurway and Pringle should be so pleased with how they've played in that game. They've just taken on a very good pair and given them a real shock at one point. The momentum did shift, But even when that momentum had shifted, there were still some touches of very, very good quality from both Pringle and Spurway, who certainly do not look out of place at that 4.5 level. We'll be seeing more of them in coming tournaments, I am sure. So we will be back after this short ad break with the next match from number 1 court here at the Franklin Pickleball event in Dorset.
Waiting for people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball.
waiting for, people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for, people ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve on a team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice.
Semi-final time here in Weymouth in the 18 plus 4.5 plus mixed. We have got a matchup of the two McGregors playing Ashford and Gosling, who have impressed us so far today as well. Nick, first opportunity to see who's going through to the final.
Yeah, definitely the semi-final draw is stacked here at the Way Valley Tennis Centre. Going on behind us at the minute, Feast and Graham are taking on Hares and Jelly in the other semi-final. But here on show court, we see a repeat of a match we saw a couple of games ago, Chris, the game between Jelly and Jack McGregor, mother and son partnership, up against the youngster that is Lauren Gosling and the badminton coach Tom Ashford. So Ashford and Gosling come out on top earlier. What can Gilly and Jack McGregor do to reverse the fortunes?
I think it was cut out the errors, really, wasn't it? There were several unforced errors on the return. There were quite a few moments where Jack was trying to get too involved, I would say. Could have actually let his mum take control of the ball. But for Gosling and Ashford, it's just more of the same. Just keep playing the same way. I've been so impressed with them so far. And we will see what happens now. We're underway. Nice flick from Jack McGregor to get underway. Now, of course, Nick, in these semi-finals, we are playing 2-15 now. Still win by 1. So a slightly deeper game, a bit more time for the players to get into it.
Great hands from Lauren Gosling at the kitchen line there. So we've got Gillian Jack McGregor at the top of your screen and Ashford and Gosling at the bottom of your screen. Gosling just receiving serve now. Foot fault called by our referee. Jack McGregor just slipping into the kitchen zone and volleying the ball there. Can't volley the ball in the kitchen. In pickleball, must let the ball bounce before you enter the kitchen zone, and you also have to re-establish your feet outside of the kitchen zone before playing the next shot.
Gilly McGregor there just clipping the top of her paddle on the volley. It just went long. And a couple of points in the bag now for Ashford and Gosling. Good strike by McGregor down the middle of the court.
Really like the way that Jack McGregor establishes himself at that kitchen line with a nice wide base for his volleys, gets nice and low underneath the ball and can project himself vertically in order to generate the power, but a good solid base for Jack McGregor there at the kitchen line.
He's a big, strong lad, isn't he, Nick? He's and say when he gets that level of bend of the knees, it just generates so much power for him, but very balanced as well.
Yeah, all action player Jack McGregor likes to hit the ball hard.
Good work, Lauren Gosling there. Great block volley just to put the ball back to McGregor, who is unable to get it over the net. We're going to have a ball change. I think the temperatures are getting us through these Franklins a little bit quicker than we would normally see.
And when we've got a match referee, you always have to check with the referee that you're able to change the ball. It's not just something that can happen. The referee has to have a look at the ball and agree with both teams that there is a crack and it should be changed. So just going through the necessary procedures here. We have got a ball and we're back live.
That's a nice shot from Jack McGregor, he got involved at the right time that time and just put the pressure back onto Gosling to force the error.
I like the play from Gosling though, managed to get herself to the kitchen, tried to go in behind McGregor, just couldn't execute, and that drive from Ashford just catches Gilly McGregor out of sorts.
Oh, Jack McGregor disappointed with that one. The ball was getting lower and lower before he made contact, and it sailed into the tip of the net. 4-point lead now for Gosling and Ashworth, but Lauren Gosling's third shot there just going into the net. So we have a side out, Nick. Feels like the McGregors need to find a foothold quickly here.
Yeah, need to get themselves onto the scoreboard. I feel a lot more comfortable with themselves if they manage it. Great play from Gilly McGregor. Yeah, Gilly McGregor, what a great third and a great fifth there. Just manages to set the winning opportunity up for her partner Jack.
What I liked about Jack there, Nick, was that that was actually more controlled than we normally see him. He would power that usually. He placed that one beautifully. And then follows up with an unforced error.
Yeah, the intent was there though. We read the play from Gosling. Yeah, if the McGregors are to be successful, then Jack McGregor's got to be performing at the best of his ability and cut out the unforced errors. So Ashford just teeing that ball up, and as we've seen previously, Chris, it's not coming back off the Jack McGregor forehand smash.
You tend to know the strengths and weaknesses of players when you play at them, but it's amazing how often you find yourself playing to somebody's strengths. Nice control from Ashford there. Danced across the kitchen line, smashed behind Jack McGregor.
Ashford and Gosling have established a nice early lead here and are in control, and if Gosling just got her head up, she'd see 3 metres of space again behind McGregor there. Tried to go cross court to Gilly McGregor, but the space was behind Jack McGregor, Chris.
There was space, Nick, but I thought she set that up really, really well, and it was just an execution on the shot. It wasn't a bad choice. If she'd got it over the net, she'd have won the point. It just clipped the top of the net. I like her game a lot. I think she's a very, very talented young player. Big serve from McGregor now. Great recovery.
Rescue. Yeah, Tom Ashford's frustrated with himself, but the recovery play from Lauren Gosling was exquisite.
Such a good bit of defensive work. Bought them the opportunity to have another go, but Ashford just going long. McGregor with another serve.
Early call came from Jack McGregor. The ball was going out, and I think it probably was, Chris, but Chile played it.
That's that underrated skill we talk about a fair bit. Knowing which balls to leave can get you so many points in a game.
That's great play from Gosling. Jack McGregor was trying to pounce on the straight return, but she goes cross court behind McGregor, and he can't react quick enough. Well played, Lauren Gosling.
And McGregor then just sending his serve long. 4-point difference. Oh, you can't do anything about that whatsoever. Rolled across the net and just dropped underneath the paddle of Gilly McGregor. So we change around at 8 in these 15-point races. Nick, what have the McGregors got to do?
To be honest with you, Chris, I don't think there's much they can do, because Gosling and Ashford look very assured here in this semi-final. I think Jack McGregor will be looking to exert some more pace and perhaps drive a little bit more with greater regularity and accuracy. Definitely got the ability to dominate the majority of the court, but does leave space behind him. So yeah, it's a difficult set of circumstances here for the McGregors, but cut out the unforced errors, get greater consistency, and I just want to see Jack McGregor just turn up that power a little bit more.
I would agree. And for Ashford and Gosling, it is again just a case of more of the same. They don't need to change anything. Their tactics are on point here, and their performance is very, very solid. It's going to take a big momentum shift to see this go the other way. But we saw that in the last game on court.
Call came from Jack McGregor to leave it, but that ball was definitely going in. Great onslaught from Gosling again, but Ashford just sends that serve long. Talks himself to remind him to concentrate. So, semi-final action here in Dorset, Weymouth, in our first Franklin Tour event.
So a good point there for the... So a good exchange there for the McGregors to get the ball back in their hands. So that was a side out. Again, not convinced myself there on the out call from McGregor. I can understand the percentages that you play when you call that, because many of those will go. But that one did feel like it was dropping in again.
Yeah, great hustle from Jack McGregor initially, but again, yeah, and that's a superb drive, and that's what we spoke about at the interchange, Chris. More attack from Jack McGregor, more intensity, more driving like that. He's definitely got that ability to pierce the partnership of Gosling and Ashford.
Good play, Lauren Gosling. She's got the ability to spot where McGregor's going and just put it in an area where he's hasn't got great balance.
Yeah, shown a great level of intelligence, Gosling, for such a player with tender experience.
Good pressure from the McGregors, forcing the mistake then from Ashford. So it's feeling a little bit more bitty since the turnaround, Nick. There's not any spell of dominance from either team here.
Yeah, that's great control from Jack McGregor. Not looking to overhit the volley on that occasion, but keep it in play, keep Gosling and Ashford back. Demonstrates the control. And I've got a feeling they feel like they're in this game, Chris. And the semi-final is very much alive. And Jack McGregor is starting to tick now, that's for sure. Confidence levels are up, accuracy levels are up, and as a result, the points are going up, Chris.
Yeah, most certainly. It just feels like this is a moment for them. If they can get another couple of points, which they get another one there from an unforced error from Ashford, another point, you feel like there has been a momentum shift for sure.
3 points in a row, the comeback is on. That ball just catches the line. That one's not coming back though, as we've seen with the overhead smash from Jack McGregor. He's dominating 80 to 90% of the court space at the minute, all on his forehand. Gosling and Ashford need to play on the backhand side.
Yeah, they do need to try and go behind him, but when the ball's coming at you with such ferocity, it's difficult to do anything other than just get the ball back. But that time Gosling was able to get an element of control into her play, down to the ankles of Gilly McGregor. But they've reduced that gap to 2, Nick. They have snuck up there, haven't they?
Yeah, 5 points in a row on the Gilly McGregor serve, but Jack McGregor, unbelievable error at a crucial stage in this semi-final. Great play from Gilly McGregor, great defences, but Tom Ashford, fantastic in his advances to the kitchen line, puts the volley away.
Remember, we're playing to 15 in this semi-final stage, so 5 points away from victory for Gosling and Ashford. Oh, there we go, find the space, kill the space. Great roll from Lauren Gosling. Jack McGregor again, as he's been doing so well, looking to get central, but this time Gosling hit the space beautifully down the line.
Play of the day from Lauren Gosling there, and look what it's brought about. Lauren Gosling, valuable in the efforts of Ashford and Gosling to get through to the final here.
As Tom Ashford says himself, that one was a bit of a sitter, unable to control it, but they've got their second serve. They feel like they've wrestled it back a little bit now.
Again, the overhead smash from McGregor. I'm not too sure what Ashford is shouting out to his partner,
He's saying,
Chris.
you Lauren. He has enough time in there to say the command and the name.
Yeah, player-to-player communications okay, but I wouldn't be surprised if Jack McGregor just wanted to speak to the referee about hindrance at some point, because there's one thing communicating to your player, but while the opponents are striking the ball, they're quite within their right to shout for a hindrance fault.
Oh, good return. That was a good serve from McGregor, but Gosling dealt with it well, and then a mistake from McGregor. But a 4-point difference. This game isn't over yet, Nick. There's a bit of juice left in it, I think.
Lauren Gosling sets that point up, and let me tell you this, she is awesome at strategizing in pickleball. She has read this game beautifully well in the latter stages and deployed the most effective tactics to enable her and her partner to try and get over the line here into the final. Lauren Gosling, impressive.
Yeah, absolutely the case there. That was a great bit of play to bring the 1-2 situation for her and force yet another error.
So 2 points from victory, Gosling and Ashford here on second serve. Opportunity knocks for the McGregor partnership here. Can they force their way back into the game? Jack McGregor needs to bring that pace and intensity back into the offence here.
Yeah, you feel like they've got to get at least 4 points out of this side out to put the pressure on the pair, but that one goes into the net from Gilly McGregor, just not quite bending the knees enough to get the elevation that was needed.
Net tape off the serve, goes deep though. It's a good return from Ashford, kept his eye on the ball, adjusted, made the necessary amendments and kept that ball towards the baseline. So very much feels like an opportunity for Gosling and Ashford to get the job done, but Gosling just fails to bend her legs on that occasion, stands too tall on the ball and hits it into the bottom of the net. Nervous moments here in Weymouth. And again, that goes long, and sometimes getting the job done can be the hardest points to win. Chris.
Yeah, definitely. It's amazing how suddenly you do tighten up when you're close to that finishing line, having worked so hard to get to the finishing line in the first place. But neither team are really settling into this moment. The door has been left open for the McGregors, and they've really got to push themselves through it now. Well dealt with by Gosling.
Look at the space, Chris. ATP defended by McGregor, but ultimately that wins the point. Showtime here in the Way Valley Tennis Centre. Great defence from Jack McGregor on the ATP. But Gosling ultimately seals the deal. Another opportunity. That's not coming back.
Correctly called by Nick Hobbs in the commentary booth. When one went up, we've not seen Jack McGregor miss too many of those, and he didn't miss that one. Second serve though, still another opportunity to get closer to that winning line. And we have 1 point gained there, which means we have a match point for a place in this 4.5 plus mixed doubles final.
Great defence. Great defence again. All action play. Unbelievable defences from Gilly McGregor and Jack McGregor. Well played. Ashford had the opportunity to seal the deal and put them into the final, but not to be on this occasion.
Yeah, I think he saw the name in the final with that shot and lost that bit of focus. Done him again with this almost exactly the same routine. Ashford trying to move McGregor around there, but McGregor staying in the game and forcing the error.
Great control on the resets from Jack McGregor. And Gilly just not able to get the third shot in on this occasion, but I feel a big serve coming here from Jack McGregor. And he misses the overhead. Backhand ball was definitely going in. It's a tough shot to execute, but I think Ashford definitely got away with one there.
He did, as he's indicating to his opponent there, and that serve goes long. It just feels like they don't want to finish this game.
2 match points gone, third match point coming up. Can they get the job done on the serve of Gosling? Big return coming up here for Gilly McGregor. And they waste another match point. Gilly McGregor and Jack McGregor. Can they force a comeback, Chris? Excitement builds.
Oh, that is a drive from Jack McGregor right down the middle, catching Ashford off balance. So they are into double figures now. The door has been left open. They've got to take this opportunity.
Gilly McGregor, great defences. What a point! Oh, what a point, Chris Bowman. Gilly McGregor, take a bow. She was being peppered by Lauren Gosling, but unbelievable defence.
Great work, but eventually Gosling comes out on top. Jack McGregor into the net. We're on the second serve. And good play from Ashford. The ball was a little bit high from Gilly McGregor, but Ashford this time with the control, which he's not had in the last few points. Here we go again on match point.
Fourth match point, and this time they get the job done. Congratulations, Tom Ashford. Congratulations, Lauren Gosling. They move on into our final against a spirited Jack and Gilly McGregor. Highly entertaining semi-final, Chris.
Yeah, that was a really good game. It almost refused to get done, but they got it over the line in time. Good work, and we look forward to seeing them in the final a little bit later. It looks, as I look over the far side, that the other semi-final is still in play. So we will be back after these adverts.
Waiting for people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve on a team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error.
Yeah, can you set a few ATPs up?
Okay, folks, as if we haven't got something better to be doing with our time this afternoon, like warming up for our own events, we have got an exhibition match now. Emerson Gregory, could be argued, had the opportunity to still be in the tournament. Lloyd Attrill, clearly not going to be playing at 4.5 level this afternoon, against Darren Gregory, who couldn't be bothered to enter in the first place, and Victoria Kilcran, who I don't know well enough to say anything about. So, Tara's taking it very seriously, maybe the rest of us should too. Good serve, Lloyd, nice and deep, well done. Can he do 2 in a row? He can! Lloyd, 2 points in a row, Attrill. Come on, my friend. I know, this is so much better than yesterday. Whilst giving Lloyd a fair bit of grief on court, I should remember that he and his partner did beat me and my partner 11-1 in the group stage. However, we did manage to come back and beat them 2-0 in the best of 3 5th place playoff when it really, really mattered.
Yeah, Lloyd Attrill of the Pickleball store here, one of the supporters of the picklebee.co.uk Franklin Tour events.
Yeah, he's a great guy, Lloyd. Nicer guy than he is a pickleball player at times, Nick, with that one sailing wide.
Yeah, does a great job of publicising and marketing the sport of pickleball here in the UK.
Genuinely one of the top boys on tour for sure.
scheduled to open up a new store in the Isle of Wight, I believe, Chris. So if you're holidaying on the safe shores of the UK, get yourself across to the Pickleball store for all of the top gear here in the UK.
I most certainly will. I have to say, I've not been to the Isle of Wight for many, many years, so certainly due a trip down there to wash away the memories of a very disappointing football tour there in my mid-teens. Really shouldn't have gone for that cross, Nick, I'm telling you that much.
And Emerson Gregory keeping up his routine of hitting the ball long here today.
Oh, that was a nice one. Gregory asked if he wanted to call it wide by the referee. Nearly took her up on her offer. Then realised he's got to drive Emerson home later.
Nasty Nelson! Darren Gregory, take
Got
that!
so much time for that.
Nelsoned by his son Emerson Gregory, and that is exactly what we wanted to see in the exhibition. Darren Gregory, you will never live that down. End the match now, cancel the tournament. We have the moment of the year right here on stream.
Categorically, Emerson Gregory needs to make his own way home tonight after pulling that one off. Oh, tried to get his own back. But luckily Emerson is agile enough, unlike his father, to duck out of the way there.
Definitely not like father, like son. Tweener between the legs. Oh, it was close from round the back, Gregory.
Yes, Lloyd. Keep running, mate. Keep running.
That's the standard we've come to expect from Lloyd Attrell.
I thought you were going for the change around a bit early there, Lloyd. Changing ends, were you there? Chainsaw. The chainsaw from Lloyd Attrell.
I actually think Attrell's right-handed, Chris, but playing with his left hand, struggling with a bit of tendinitis, I think, in his right hand.
Yes.
Ambidextrous.
Speaking to Lloyd earlier, and he very honestly said that he's ambidextrous, he's equally bad with each hand.
I think he likes to be referred to as the Ronnie O'Sullivan of pickleball.
Does he really? Maverick genius.
Cue ball Lloyd, snookered Lloyd. Moonball return, smash it Kilcran. Oh, but not into the base of the net. She fancied it, she wanted it, but ultimately couldn't take it. The net tape belongs to Attrell. The net tape, disgusting.
Absolutely should be allowed. I believe he might have supplied these nets as well, and they've been working very much in his favour.
It's an embarrassment from Attrell. Let's see what Gregory's got in the smash. Makes his dad run.
Even for exhibition standards, that was a poor shot selection by Emerson Gregory.
Needs to stay focused on his nasty Nelsons.
I think we might be having the exhibition game kicked off for some proper pickleball to be played, Nick. Not too sure.
Seems that way. Hares and Jelly keen to get on with their final. It's a shame I was enjoying that, Chris.
That was actually a lot of fun. I just hope they don't watch the commentary back and find out what we were saying. We are still playing. The crowd want more, so we're going to
sudden death
have a little
point.
bit more.
Last point wins here in the exhibition game.
Winner takes all.
I think we know who's taking all, really, though.
Oh! And who would have had money on a mistake by Actual being how we finish this exhibition game?
Best thing is, Chris, we've got the Nasty Nelson on tape, and I've got a feeling that could become the most watched moment of 2025 in pickleball. Gregory Jr., Pearson Gregory Jr., Senior, Nasty Nelson style.
Very much. Emerson might have had a shocking day in terms of the results, but he has got 3 or 4 showreel moments out of his day, which I hope we will be seeing online later on. That was a lot of fun, Nick, and we're going to be getting back onto the serious action shortly. We will be back after this short break.
Waiting for people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve on a team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error.
And welcome back to Weymouth, where we have our first final of the day, the 18 plus mixed 4.5 plus final between Emily Jelly, Ed Hares, Tom Ashford and Lauren Gosling. Nick, we are looking forward to this one. Both pairs obviously have done so well to get here, but a great opportunity for Ashford and Gosling, a new pair, to take on the tried and tested partnership of Jelly and Hares.
Yeah, really looking forward to this mixed 4.5 plus final between these two teams. The ultra impressive Gosling and Ashford against the well-established partnership of Hares and Jelly. It's Ashford and Gosling at the top of your screen, Jelly and Hares at the bottom, and we're underway here. Remember our final, we've got to change of format again. Best of 3 games. First to 11, and it's win by 2, I believe. Chris?
I believe so, Nick, and a good attacking drive volley there by Lauren Gosling. Gets the first point of this final on the boards. Yeah, good strike by Jelly. Gets the side out.
Yeah, great intensity from the offset by Gosling and Jelly here. Speaking to Ed Hayes before the final, he's been feeling the physical effects of playing yesterday and today.
Oh, nice shot from Hayes. Splits the middle. That ball looked good from here. Yes, indeed. The ball is back in the hands of Ed Hayes. Oh, great anticipation from Hayes there. Clearly a move they've deployed many times before. Read it perfectly, got in position, volley down the middle for the points.
Yeah, it's the quality third shot from Jelly that sets up the opportunity for Hayes to play the winning volley. And Hayes is all action at the kitchen line, attacking the body of Gosling, then putting the volley away again down the centre of the court. Great switch.
Yeah, you can just see the experience of the partnership. I mean, that was a great switch. Yeah, okay, didn't execute the next shot, but there was no doubt over what was going to happen there. They just moved in time really well together. Great shot from Lauren Gosling, very honestly called, good as well by Emily Jelly. Really, really nice lob. Gosling just wide there. Second server then with Tom Ashford. Oh, yes.
What a play from Ed Hayes. Spots the gap through the middle. Has all the composure and time in the world just to send that ball to the baseline. Brilliant from Ed Hayes.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Touch of class yet again. Gosling just sending that one long. Rare mistake there from Hayes, Nick.
Yeah, looking to play that ball to the feet of Gosling, mid-court return. Expected him to drive it a little bit harder than that. Again, the backspin that Ashford can apply to the ball, just catching Jelly out on this occasion. So Ashford and Gosling will be looking to trouble the scoreboard here on this side out.
Good driving from Gosling, targeting Emily Jelly there. Another point to the score of Gosling and Ashford.
Just get the impression Gosling and Ashford are targeting Jelly here a little bit more, Chris, and they might be better advised to go in behind Hayes or just play on Hayes a little bit more, because as we can see, Jelly ultra consistent.
Yeah, very, very consistent, doing a great job for her partner Ed Hayes there. She does the hard work, the ball pops up, and Hayes gets the glory moment of playing yet another smash to win the rally. And a good serve again from Jelly, puts the pressure on Gosling, who was unable to return that one. So we have a 2-point gap early in this final. Jelly sends another serve just wide.
Yeah, I just get the impression that Hayes and Jelly are incredibly comfortable here, Chris. Not a great deal of pressure on them at the minute. Great rescue play. And that's not coming back. Great volley from Ashford.
Yeah, he's put that one away very nicely. Yeah, I'd agree. It might feel like there's not been a great deal of pressure, but that scorecard is only 2-point difference. They are very much in this game at this moment in time, Gosling and Ashford. Good reset there from Ashford.
And that's a high quality point by all four players, effectively won by Hares and Jelly, but the standard in that point was excellent, Chris.
There's a little glimpse there of Gosling's tactical intelligence again. She went to the backhand space left by Hares. Didn't come out that time, but something to watch over the next few points. Nice shot by Ashford, just taking a little bit of pace off that one, getting the accuracy and asking too much of Jelly. Still only a point difference, Nick.
Again, that point just set up by the impressive Lauren Gosling. Makes a mistake on that occasion, but the previous point, her approach play was absolutely sensational. This is a player of the future, make no bones about it.
Tom Ashford will be disappointed there. His partner had done a good job of creating the situation. Gosling is looking for that space again, Nick. She's not doing it every time, but she's certainly looking to move Hares around a little bit. Keep him honest. And it might, there we go again. Exactly what we just spoke about. Played that really well indeed.
How can you not be impressed by Lauren Gosling?
And that slice return again causing problems. Good thinking by Ashford. Nice touch by Ed Hares. Good work by Jelly there, just getting her body shape right to be able to keep that ball in play, giving an opportunity for Hares then to play a nicely placed winning shot.
Yeah, Ashford knows. He just shouted out, you're making it easy for him, and he's got to kick that ball tighter into the kitchen line if they're to come out of this on top.
Slice return again, getting the just rewards.
3 times in a row he's deployed the slice return, and 3 times in a row he's been successful, Chris.
Yeah, most certainly. It's a good strategy to employ on this surface. Nice touch from Gosling. Again, such good play. Lovely touch to open it up. She gets the ball back and she's already knowing that she's going to go cross court on that roll, double-handed volley across the body of Ed Hares. Superb.
Lauren Gosling is on fire here in Weymouth. What a performance she is putting on here in the final. Great play.
Oh, that's good from Jelly though. Able to deflect that ball down to the toes of Ashford, who was unable to react quickly enough.
Yeah, great defences from Emily Jelly, who's very comfortable on that speed up. That ball's going in, and it's in.
Yeah.
Great footwork from Ashford to get to the net. Put away from Gosling, defended again. What a reset from Emily Jelly.
Really
well played. Unbelievable reset from the base of the line. The pace was on the ball, but she had the ability to put the top spin on, keeping it low in the kitchen. Well played, Emily Jelly.
Ashford just needs to do a little bit more for his partner at the moment, I would say. That's an uncharacteristic mistake, but a crucial one, because they just got themselves really back into this one. They can't afford momentum to shift now.
Yeah, not the first time Ashford has missed a straightforward volley at the kitchen line. Emily Jelly again with the scramble. Unbelievable resetting ability, unbelievable recovery play. Ed Hares takes the glory with a winning shot, but it's all about Jelly at the minute, Chris.
Fantastic defensive work. And again, Ed Hares though, that time on the front foot, the 1-2 that he engineered and able to go down to the shins of Ashford. They're just starting to get motoring now, it feels.
Yeah, 2 points away from taking this first game, and there's another missed volley at the net from Ashford. So first game point for Jelly and Hares here. And again, Hares in the centre with the volley, but Gosling rescues it. But not on the third occasion. It's Hares and Jelly who are in control of this final. They take the first game 11 points to 5. But that doesn't tell the full story, Chris.
No, it certainly doesn't. We've been saying this so often over the course this morning, very impressed with the brain of Lauren Gosling. She's got the technique, we knew that already, but I've been so impressed by the tactical intelligence. If anything on this occasion, I would say it's Ashford who just needs to get his game going a little bit more, cut out those unforced errors. He's having a little bit of a walk around and think at the moment. They can get back into this. They took that game quite deep until that last little run of points, which went the way of Hares and Jelly, but Emily Jelly's resetting work in moments there, Nick, really top quality.
Yeah, there were a few things that stood out for me in that first game, Chris. The ability of Emily Jelly to reset the ball and keep it tight in that non-volley zone. The ability of Ed Hares to volley and dominate down the centre of the court, but Lauren Gosling continues to impress me like she has done all day with her tactical analysis, her ability to strategise in the game. And what a great performance from Gosling in that first game. If there's one thing that stood out to me, it's the 3 unforced errors on the volley from Ashford at the kitchen line. He'll be looking to take those out of his game, and if he does, I've got every confidence that this second game will go either way. Remember, it's crucial for Gosling and Ashford. They need to win this second game to stay in the final, because if Jelly and Hares win, they take the gold medal from today.
Good depth on that volley from Gosling. A positive start. Gets the side out early in this second game. Hares taking control there, Nick, as we saw earlier.
Yeah, Hares' volleying ability at that kitchen line is just exquisite. As is the double-handed backhand of Lauren Gosling. That is such a beautiful shot to watch, Chris, when that's in full swing. The double-handed backhand proving effective time and time again, consistently making Hares and Jelly play balls.
A good drive off the forehand of Gosling that time, forcing the mistake from Jelly. That kept low, that one. That skidded under the paddle of Gosling. Unfortunate, because it looked like she got herself into a good position to keep that rally going. So, side out.
And if you're just tuning in with us, Lauren Gosling, a tender age of 14 and just turned 14, but putting on a performance of a lifetime here, and is one of the future stars in the game of pickleball.
Jelly just sending another serve along there. Serving's not been quite there for Jelly so far today.
Yeah.
Good patience from Gosling, Nick.
Yeah, well played. Great in defence, but better from Ashford on the volleying at the kitchen line as well, Chris. And what we said after the first game, that unforced error count needed to reduce. Ashford will be pleased with his ability to volley there. Referee just asking Ashford to wait until the score is called. Yeah, great play from Emily Jelly. Just keeps peppering Lauren Gosling, who retrieves, but on the third occasion that ball pops up a little bit too high, and it's Jelly who powers the forehand smash down the line. Composure from Jelly, lets the ball bounce.
Cracking reset again, and Ashford just getting a bit too eager on that one. Pushes it long. Well, again, coming back to Lauren Gosling, so impressed with the control of her emotions on court as well. She just looks composed and settled, and you see with a lot of younger players that they get quite emotional when playing. When things don't go right, they get really low. When things go well, they get really high. Just incredibly balanced.
Yeah, showing maturity, definitely beyond her years. Focus and concentration throughout, and clearly aids her decision making, shot selection and all-round tactical deployment. Ed Hare's fantastic backhand, forehand within that triangle of the kitchen line. Great play from Hare's, as we've seen throughout this final. And that's
Good
a great drive. Yeah, it's a great drive, Chris. Straight to the backhand of Gosling, who was stretching and just couldn't keep it in play.
Oh, Ed Hare's again. Such a well-practiced manoeuvre that, isn't it, between Jelly and Hare's. Good serve, good third, and then the opportunity to get in there on the poach, and a great volley down the middle again. Jelly serve, just letting her down one more time though that time.
Yeah, 3 times in the final Emily's missed her serve. Emily Jelly just suffocated for space there. Gosling attacking the body of Jelly. Great return. Again, Jelly just lets the ball bounce. Oh, Ed Hare's. What a punch volley from Hare's, just off the left hip, and jabs it down to the feet of Ashford. Not too sure why he played at that one. Chris seemed to be going long for me, and Hare's knows it.
Yeah, it did seem to be, and it's such a rare mistake in that scenario though from Ed Hare's. But creeping up again, the score of Gosling and Ashford.
Yeah, rare show of frustration from Gosling there, who would like that one back. I'm sure the ball was set up for on the volley. That ball catches the line. What a great rescue from Hare's. Unbelievable. Ed Hare's plays the ball from beyond his body. Reverse shot to keep it in play. What a rescue.
Yeah, he fully deserved to come out of that exchange with the point. Really top work again from Ed Hare's, and then takes advantage of the next one as well, driving that ball down to the toes of Tom Ashford. A little gap opening up now.
Yeah, 3-point gap in this all-important second game of our gold medal match.
Ed Hare's has decided to put his foot down now, Nick. He wants to get this one done, you feel.
Incredible ability, volleying at the kitchen line. So second opportunity to score, 3 points away from the gold medal. Jelly and Hares. Spin return comes to fruition again. It's a nice slice return from Ashford, a tactic that's served him well in this final.
Yeah, definitely.
Great depth from Jelly on the return.
Oh, that was closer than it looked, Nick, wasn't it? Just kissing the top of the net, almost the perfect drop into the kitchen. But
Yeah.
these are the margins we talk about at this level.
Yeah, you're right, Chris. But ultimately, great work from Jelly and Hares in just keeping the partnership of Ashford and Gosling beyond the baseline. So another opportunity for Jelly and Hares to steer closer to this gold medal.
Again, the cross-court ability of Lauren Gosling there, catching Hares not unaware, but a little bit by surprise, just pushing him wide, ball pops up, and it's gone for the kill.
Hares sets it up beautifully, but this time misses the final volley. Moonball serve, volley, but into the net. So, can Ashford and Gosling get themselves back into this final? The gap was there, Ashford saw it but couldn't quite execute, narrowly missing out on the sideline.
Oh, that's a good counter that from Emily Jelly.
Body bag, but a very specific part of the body maybe, Chris, that we might not want to mention too loudly on comms.
Quite possibly, Nick. Quite possibly. Okay, so another opportunity for Jelly and Hares. And mistake forced again. They are 2 points away from their gold medal now, Nick. It does feel like it's a long way back for Gosling and Ashford now.
Yeah, just ultra consistent. Hares and Jelly. Great rescue from Jelly again. Ed Hares, well played. Great anticipation, great reactions, great scramble to begin with, but that brings up championship point for the partnership of Jelly and Hares.
And I think Mr. Hares might have seen an opportunity there to win the gold. He knows he's got another go though. Not his finest shot selection of this final.
Of course, both of these players aiming for double gold this weekend, and there it is. Congratulations to the partnership of Emily Jelly and Ed Hares, both successful in their respective divisions yesterday in the male and female doubles category. They come together today and they win gold in our 4.5 mixed final here in Weymouth at the first Franklin Pickleball Tour event of 2025. Congratulations to them. Commiserations to Ashford and a really impressive Lauren Gosling, Chris.
Oh, most certainly, they can take a lot away from their performances today. Really, really good. We've mentioned Lauren Gosling over and over again. First time we've seen Tom Ashford at this type of event, and he played his part in that as well. But they'll take silver, and they fully deserve their place in the final. And there are moments in that where they could have taken that final a little bit further. So we will be moving on to the afternoon event shortly, everybody, which is going to be the 4.0 18 plus mixed, which I better go and start warming up for, Nick. And when I say warming up, boy do I mean warming up.
Yeah, it might take you a while, Chris. We wish you all the best this afternoon in your quest for a medal. Hopefully see you on show court, and hopefully see our viewers back with us shortly after this ad break.
Waiting for people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you
pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of the game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up a third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open, on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball.
Okay, welcome back to the Wey Valley Tennis Centre. We have 4 players on court and we're already underway in our mixed 3.5 group game. At the top of your court we have Matthews and GC, who we saw yesterday, and at the bottom of your screen we've got Kerry Camel and Turnbull. They're 1-0 up, so I know that they're ready to play and looking forward to the rest of this game. So it is Turnbull serving, and that just goes long. Catches the baseline though. Camel attacks GC, and that's not coming back on this occasion. Great overhead smash by Matthews. That causes the side out. So we're at 1-1. Great play from Camel, straight down the middle of Matthews and Gordon Cosgrove. GC, as she likes to be known as. It's a good serve though. So Matthews with the ball in his hand, serving to Turnbull. Great return, nice deep, good third. Yeah, really effective play from Matthews, the left-handed Matthews. Matthews just serving that one into the net. So side out, opportunity for Camel and Turnbull just to close the gap in this one. And that ball goes out from GC, so close the gap they do. Great defences from Matthews. Just pops that ball out wide from the advances of Kerry Camel. And GC just keeping Turnbull on the baseline. That ball's just called out by Camel. So race to 11 here. 3.5 mixed contest. And it's a non-scoring side out. Camel and Turnbull both playing pickleball locally here in the southwest. GC a little bit further afield in Peterborough. Ball just firing into the middle of the net. Second opportunity though for Turnbull here to score. Nice drop. Tries the lob and Matthews can't put the overhead backhand volley away. So we're all square at 3-3. Camel driving against GC and then a bit of friendly fire. Yeah, that's a nice return from Turnbull. Mid-court return which can sometimes catch players out and GC not able to retrieve that one. Yeah, lovely drop from GC. That ball staying low into the kitchen zone. Turnbull not able to respond. Ball was set up for Turnbull to volley, but just sends that one slightly long, so it's a 2-point gap now for GC and Matthews. GC on this occasion just sending the volley long, so opportunity knocks here for Camel and Turnbull. Can they close this gap that Matthews and GC have built? Not on this occasion. Second opportunity. Won't want another non-scoring side out. We're looking to execute a nice strong third shot here, but no need. The return goes into the net from Matthews. So that gap does indeed close to 1 point. Good call from Camel, encouraging his partner just to leave that one as it sails long, and we're tied at 5-5 in our mixed 3.5 group game here live at the Way Valley Tennis Centre. And our first Franklin
Pickleball Tour event of 2025. Great opportunity for players across all divisions here to see themselves on the live stream. Pickleball.co.uk events. And we're switching at 6 with Gordon Cosgrove, GC and Matthews in the ascendancy here. And that's great play, straight through the transition zone. There, GC from the baseline, working her way up to the kitchen line and putting the volley away. Turnbull with the unforced error on this occasion, and all of a sudden it's GC and Matthews who race into a 3-point lead, and they're 3 points away from victory. Great run of points here. Another unreturned serve from Camel. They quickly race to a 4-point lead now. And the defence from GC on this occasion just sends the ball long, so it very much feels like Camel and Turnbull need to defend. And defend they do, because the serve goes wide from Matthews. So, opportunity for Turnbull and Camel. Great pace from Camel, great defences from GC though. Great rally, great action here in our 3.5 mixed division. Nice and competitive at all standards and at all levels. What a great leave by Matthews. Sometimes an underrated skill, the ability to leave the ball when it's going long. So, second scoring opportunity. The ball catches the baseline from GC. Great third from Turnbull. Attack from Camel. And Matthews not able to defend. So there appears to be a mini comeback on here. And GC just puts that one into the net. So it's a 1-point game, 3 points in a row for Camel, and Turnbull makes this one ultra competitive. And again, Camel with the speed up, and that ties this game up at 9-9-2. Crucial stages here in the 3.5 category. Great defence, GC. And again, the tactic of the speed up brings around game point for Camel and Turnbull. What looked like an unlikely victory at one stage, but the serve down the centre seals the deal. What a comeback from Carey Camel and Turnbull, who secure the victory here live on our show court at the Wey Valley Tennis Centre. They march on in the group standings. Congratulations to them. Commiserations to GC and Matthews, who must have thought that at 9-5 they almost had the game in the bag. Not to be on this occasion, no. Congratulations to all 4 players. We wish them the very best of luck in the rest of their group games, and we'll be back with more live action here soon at the Wey Valley Tennis Centre for pickleball.co.uk.
What you waiting for? I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone.
Welcome back to the Way Valley Tennis Centre here in Dorset, Weymouth. We're about to get underway with our 4.0 mixed category. On courts, you can see warming up at the moment we have Presley and Holloway. They'll be taking on the partnership of Banks and Hill. Presley wearing the black hoodie at the top of your screen, partnering up with Jacob Holloway, excuse me, and then we've got John Banks in the hoodie at the top, partnering Millie Hill. So look forward to this one getting underway shortly. Players are just going through their final serving routine for warm-up here. This will be their first game of the day. Both sets of players will be looking to make a strong start in this race to 11 win by one format. Both players will hold aspirations of being able to get through to the latter stages of this competition in order to medal. So, last couple of service routines and I'm sure we'll be ready to go. We're going to decide who's going to serve and which ends they wish to take here live in Weymouth, Dorset. Thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world for our first Franklin Tour event of 2025 here on behalf of Steve Beale, Simon Farr of Pickleball, pickleb.co.uk Pickleball events, and it'll be Holloway to serve, Hill to receive, and we're underway. That ball just going wide from Banks in a great hands battle. Great drop from Banks, tries the lob, but Holloway is more than equipped to deal with the aerial ball, putting the smash out wide to win that rally. Great serve from Holloway. Explosive Holloway, looking to hit the ball hard in the early stages here, but Banks defends nicely. Basically one of the up-and-coming talents in the pickleball game, representing Spicy Academy here. Yeah, great put away from Millie. Hill, opportunity was there to find the gap between Holloway and Presley. So we're yet to score here, but now we have Banks and Hill on the board. On return serve from Holloway, on return serve from Presley. Yeah. Presley happens to work incredibly hard on her game at this Spicy Pickleball Academy with the wonderful Molly Nags. Molly recently been playing over in India in the Global Pickleball League. Got a fantastic setup here, developing players of all ages through her Spicy Pickleball Academy. Particularly does a lot of work in prioritising women in the game of pickleball and sport generally. And that's great overhead backhand from Hill. Great defence from Banks. Explosion all the way from Presley, and while she catches the net tape, I like to see that intent from Presley. Holloway tries to match, but just gets above that ball slightly, hits it into the base of the net. So Banks and Hill with a 2-point lead here. Yeah, that's nice play from Holloway, just catches Banks unaware. So back on serve with Presley. And Holloway will be disappointed with that. The drive from Presley to Banks. Banks pops it up. Holloway can't execute. But that is an unreturned serve from Hill. Again, at times you just probably advise Holloway just to take a breather before serving. Yeah, great drive from Millie Hill, dipping dangerously low to the feet of Presley. And this time that ball's not coming back, but great advancements from Banks there. Great volleying ability, and it's the overhead smash that wins the point. And lucky from Presley, just catching the net tape. So it's Banks and Hill who are just showcasing a little bit more consistency here. They race into a 4-point lead at the change of ends. Holloway and Presley will be well advised just to take a minute and consider their strategy. But we're off underway. Banks, no time at all, wants to continue the momentum. And Presley did all the hard work, but couldn't finish the job. Great defence from Banks, but that ball just goes long. Unlucky John Banks. Unbelievable reactions to pick that ball up from his feet, but that ball just goes slightly past the baseline. Yeah, good serve from Presley. Had a little bit more flight and dip, a little bit more top spin. This time though, that ball goes long on the serve, so second opportunity to score for Holloway and Presley. Hill just mistiming that one slightly. And the intent is there from Holloway, just fails to execute. Just hits that volley quite flat rather than utilising a top spin roll. That ball's called long by Banks and Hill on the return. So a 4-point cushion for Banks and Hill. And Holloway just trying to do too much with that ball, but a great third from Banks, and I feel like that's a difference in this contest so far. Banks and Hill just managing to keep the ball in play a little bit more consistently than Holloway and Presley. And there's the net tape once again coming to the aid of Presley. Nothing you can do about that. Yeah, just a little pop-up from Hill. Holloway this time exploits it. Nice volley. Straight back at Hill. So, chance to close the gap for Presley and Holloway. Close the gap they do. Once again, Presley has shown some great moments here in this encounter. With a nice deep serve. Banks can't return. Another deep serve from Holloway. Yeah, it's a great read from Banks, who steps across to help his partner out the serve. Kept Hill back, but it was Banks who anticipated the play from Presley, stepped across and put the volley away. Hill just sends that ball out wide. So 3-point game here in the first group game of the day in our 4.0 division. Holloway again looking to express himself with power, just sends it long. So 2 points from victory here, Banks and Hill. And that's better from Holloway. Block volleys that are trying to do too much with it. Second opportunity to score though for Hill and Banks. Mid-court return. And that ball just goes long from Presley, who might look back at her feet placement in that particular exchange. That volley becomes a lot easier if she's at the kitchen line, but nevertheless it is match point for Banks and Hill, who can get the job done here. And that ball's called long and get the job done. They do. Congratulations to John Banks and Millie Hill. They secure their first victory of the day in our mixed 4.0 group. Commiserations to Holloway and Presley. Hopefully look forward to seeing more of those two later. In particular, an impressive Presley, who I'm sure has got more to offer. We'll be back with another group game from our mixed 4.0 division shortly. Don't go anywhere.
What you waiting for? People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1.
Welcome back to the Way Valley Tennis Centre here live in Weymouth, Dorset. We're about to bring you our second game from our 4.0 group in the mixed division. At the top of your screen, we do get the opportunity to see Charlotte Presley and Jacob Holloway again. And at the base of your screen, it's our first look at Tara Creasy and our very own Chris Beaumont. So a slight hindrance there from Holloway, shouts out during the point. But that's let gone. Ball was possibly going long. Beaumont wanted Creasy to leave it. Now they're into a dinking battle. And Holloway tries to get the read on the Ernie, but sends that ball long. Great control by Beaumont and Creasy in that exchange. And return serve from Creasy. Slice return from Beaumont, but doesn't quite get the depth, and it's Holloway was able to play the winner off the back of that. Yeah, great deep return from Creasy, and again, the explosive forehand of Holloway, just lacking a little bit of accuracy. So Beaumont on serve. And it's a nice deep serve from Beaumont. This time Presley not able to keep the ball in play. Well played from Holloway, right to the feet of Beaumont. Beaumont, who's just launched the World Pickleball magazine this month, the subscription opportunity for readers. Some high quality journalism in that magazine and some interesting features for you to read about. So 1 point game. Great rescue play from Beaumont. Now they're established at the kitchen line. Creasy tries the ATP. Unbelievable scramble here from Creasy. And Beaumont, but ultimately it's Presley who plays the winning volley, but great resilience, great scramble from Creasy and Beaumont in that point. Just trying to work out, I think it's 2-3-2 here with Holloway serving. Yeah, it's Beaumont receiving, I think. That's great drive from Presley. Yeah, it's definitely right from Creasy. She's got the score right. It's definitely 3-3 here. Just slight confusion amongst the players, but now we've got the score right and everybody in the right position. We're able to continue. And Beaumont just catches the top of the net tape. An unfortunate Presley there. But nice dinking exchange. Yeah, that just goes wide from Presley. And again, great control exercise by Beaumont, keeping that ball into the kitchen. Yeah, that ball's deep from Holloway. And Beaumont can't rescue. Beaumont asking Creasy to leave that one, but she plays it, keeps the ball in play. And great attack, great speed up from Presley. That causes the side out, so referee turned player Tara Creasy just playing the ball that might have been going out there. Yeah, great defences off the speed up, as they unwound the stack there from Beaumont and Creasy. What a drive from Presley. Sees the space down the line and executes it beautifully. Well played, Charlotte. Presley, unbelievable stuff here live in Dorset, Weymouth. Will give us some confidence, that's for sure. And this time it's Holloway who drives the ball straight down the middle of the court, piercing the partnership of Beaumont and Creasy, levelling this game at 5 points all. Presley with the error on serve though. Yeah, well played again from Presley. Catches the net tape, but ultimately just well to keep that ball in play. So it's Presley and Holloway who are first to 6, and they take the lead. Both teams choosing to stack here, and there is some confusion about court placements and score. And the speed up from Holloway is not blocked effectively by Bowman on that occasion. But again, it's a service error from Holloway, so Beaumont to serve. And an unreturned serve there from Holloway. Just looks at the surface. Rare to see Beaumont on court, not in his pink shorts. And that's a lovely third shot drop from Beaumont. Holloway with the misread, but that levels us up at 7 points all. Great block volley from Presley. Great attacking volley from Presley, who defends the onslaught from Beaumont and Creasy. Again, failed to be impressed by the abilities here of Presley. And just as I say that, she hits an unreturned serve, but definitely a future prospect here, Presley. And again, it's a really effective third shot drop from Beaumont. Generates quite a lot of airtime, and the apex is at its highest as it goes over the net. So textbook stuff from Beaumont, takes him into a 2-point lead. That ball just catches the line and darts off quickly. Beaumont not able to rescue it, so they have the advantage here. Competitive affair here in our 4.0 mixed division. Holloway not able to execute the third. Second opportunity to score for the team of Presley and Holloway. And Creasy just not able to defend the attack from Holloway. Things are just tightening up even more so. Great return from Beaumont on the spin slice return. And it's Beaumont who dominates the centre of the court there. Backhand volley, forehand volley. So, 2 points away from victory. But if ever there was a time not to hit your serve out, that was it. Still got a second opportunity to score here. Holloway ruse his luck, but ultimately it is Match point for Creasy and Beaumont. Presley and Holloway staring their second defeat in the barrel here. And that's a body bag. It's a body shot on Presley. Beaumont speeds up and speeds up to great effect because it is Beaumont and Creasy who take the win 11-8. Again, congratulations to them, commiserations once more to an impressive Presley and an unlucky, unfortunate Holloway. But Beaumont and Creasy will be pleased with their success here on centre court. Some great action here live at the Wey Valley Tennis Centre in Weymouth, Dorset, and we'll be back with more shortly.
The around the post, or ATP, is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through. The goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed-ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed-up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused a deciding error in this example.
You're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
A pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line.
Welcome back to the Wey Valley Tennis Centre here in Weymouth. And things have definitely warmed up because Beaumont has got his pink shorts on at last. We're back with our mixed 4.0 group game with Banks and Hill. Impressive Banks and Hill. Top of your screen, and they're taking on Beaumont and Creasy at the bottom of your screen. Nice early strong start for Banks here. Serve just catching the net cord here. Hill not able to adapt. Nice deep return from Banks. Great third from Beaumont. Creasy just got stuck mid-court. That volley's a lot easier from the kitchen line. Great touch from Millie Hill. Soft hands at the kitchen line. Just sends that ball diagonally across the non-volley zone. Drop serve from Hill. Beaumont wanted her to leave it, but Creasy said, no, thank you, that's an overhead volley, and I'm going to smash it away. Yeah, it's a great return from Banks. The unwind on the stack, just leaving the gap there. Hill just popped the ball up. Creasy just sent it wide though. So a little bit of momentum here with Banks and Hill. Consistent play from Creasy on that occasion, keeping the ball deep in court. Creasy not able to execute the third. Nice return from Hill. Beaumont steps across nicely to take the third on that occasion, but it's the fifth that's the problem for Creasy this time around. Non-scoring side out. Great defence from Banks and Hill. And that ball just travels long. So great scramble from Banks and Hill, but ultimately gets the job done. And that is a lovely volley from Tara Creasy. A great punch backhand volley straight down the line, catches the line, great precision. That's a nice confidence builder for Creasy. John Banks with the overhead volley. Bread and butter for him. Point here. And that ball just goes long. Beaumont with the dodge. Banks sends it long. Great action here live in Weymouth. Beaumont with the third straight into the nets. Good serve by Creasy. And a good third. Tara Creasy. Great serve, great third, great fifth, and all of a sudden, Creasy has caught fire. But then just sends the ball narrowly wide. Great rescue. That took a high bounce. Beaumont adjusts. play initially from Bowman and Creasy. Great action here. So the ultra consistent Banks and Hill get the points. This time Hill just puts the ball into the net on the third. So very much back and forth here in the early stages of this 4.0 group game. Creasy just sends that ball long, and it's a great leave by Hill, communicated to her by Banks. And that ball just sails long as well. Creasy keeping the ball deep on the baseline, Banks sending it long. Beaumont was looking to move up to the kitchen line for the shake and bait there, but just got caught in no man's land slightly. Great reset from Creasy. Not on the second occasion though. Consistency from Hill once again. So a 2-point game here, 2 non-scoring side outs. And this time Creasy just puts the forehand volley into the net. So players will change ends. A few things for Bowman and Creasy to think about here. But again, the strength of Banks and Hill seems to be their consistency. John Banks just advertising Winchester Pickleball Club there. Just replay this point. Beaumont confirming the score is actually 6-3. Creasy just sends that ball long. Oh, Banks tries the slice third. Doesn't quite pay off. They're in a commanding lead. Slice returns from Beaumont. This time it's Hill that can't generate enough topspin to get that ball over the net. So communication error there between Creasy and Beaumont. Creasy wanted to move forward, Beaumont asked her to wait. Hill keeping Beaumont pinned back on that baseline. And that serve goes long from Beaumont. So, opportunity for Banks here. Just to claw closer to the target of 11. But that's a nice control backhand from Beaumont. Hill playing a gilet as the temperature continues to fall here. Five-point cushion now for Hill and Banks. Quickly establishing themselves as the tournament favourites. It's a great pickup from Banks. Takes them to within 2. smash from Creasy straight down the middle. Banks not able to rescue that, even with his Winchester roots. Good serve by Bowman out wide to Banks. Just not able to keep the ball in play. John Banks on that particular play. What a reset, Tara Creasy. And great top spin roll by Chris Beaumont. But what a reset, Tara Creasy. Sets it up nicely. 2 points in a row for Beaumont and Creasy. And John Banks sends it long. So, mini comeback here. Beaumont rescuing out on the backhand wing. Banks sending it long. 3-point game. And Beaumont is just keeping that ball in play, and that's putting pressure on Hill and Banks. So they want to roll. And that is a great response from Banks, who keeps the ball low. Doesn't really put it in the attacking zone of Beaumont, but Beaumont tries nevertheless. Just curbs the momentum slightly. And Creasy just puts the forehand into the net. So, 2-point game, excitement builds here at the Wey Valley Tennis Centre. Millie Hill's absolutely loving it. Just sends the ball long, so second opportunity to score. And this has got all the earmarks of a big point coming up right now for all four players. Ball just goes wide from Creasy. Great rescue from Banks. And it brings up match point for Hill. And Banks, and that is it. The unreturned serve. Competitive action here at the Wey Valley Tennis Centre. But on 2 occasions we have seen John Banks and Millie Hill. And on both occasions they have been successful. Beaumont and Creasy will rue missed opportunities there. Creasy showing moments of brilliance, just possibly lacking bits of consistency, but Beaumont making a lot of balls. I'll be back, I'm sure, later on today, as will I, after this short break.
What you waiting for? People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error.
Welcome back to the Way Valley Tennis Centre here. We have our next Mixed 4.0 group game. And you cannot keep Chris Bowman and Tara Creasy off your screens. They're back for the third time. But it's our first look at Darren Cornish and Caroline McKay-Hay at the top of your screens. Great play from Cornish, sporting the hat, shorts and t-shirt. Yeah, great put away from Creasy. Nice and secure in the air there with the overhead volley. Just sails long from Beaumont on the backhand side. Saw a gap. Tried to thread the needle, but just sent the ball too long. Unlucky from McKay-Hay, just catching the centre pole. Good serve by Beaumont though. Beaumont just keeping that ball in play, forcing Cornish to play one extra shot, and possibly Cornish just been slightly too casual on the response. Beaumont puts the third in play again, and McKay-Hay just makes the error. So 3-1. Good start this time for Beaumont and Creasy. Creasy just misses the third on that particular play. And return serve from Beaumont. Ball did stay low though, skidding off the surface as we've seen all weekend here in Weymouth, and I think the same has just happened to McKay-Hay as well. Beaumont and Creasy look to unwind the stack as often as they possibly can. Cornish and McKay-Hay just taking the opportunity to talk about tactics. So, Beaumont just asked to reserve there until Cornish was in position. volley from Cornish right at the feet of Beaumont. Rescue from Creasy, but Cornish with the put away volley. No, that is side out. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Players just checking out the score with me here in the commentary box. Fortunately, I'm able to pass on some advice of accuracy. Creasy just missing the overhead volley there. Everybody knows where they're supposed to be standing and what they're doing. Second serve for McKay and Cornish. And Creasy makes no mistake this time around. First one went wide, second one goes straight down the middle. Rare third shot error from Beaumont. It's been his most efficient shot today. And the ball was there for the volley. Nice drop into the kitchen zone by Creasy. Beaumont just not able to take advantage of the pop-up. So non-scoring side out. That ball just catches the baseline. Great return from Beaumont, but a great third McKay. Good pick up from Beaumont. Good patience. Great defences from Creasy on the speed up. Point of the day from all four players. Ultimately, it's McKay and Cornish who come out on top, but great action here live at the Wey Valley Tennis Centre. Great overhead smash from Beaumont. Cornish rescues, but Beaumont makes his way to the kitchen line to make that volley nice and easy in response. Good footwork from Beaumont. Hamlin McKay just getting slightly warmer now as it becomes more competitive. And that's a nice speed up from Creasy as well. Catches Cornish unawares. Yeah, but that's not coming back on this occasion. Slight pop-up from Creasy, punished by Cornish. Second opportunity to score here though for Beaumont and Creasy. And get to the change of ends. Yeah, nice put away from McKay. Beaumont keeping that third in play, but McKay more than equal to the play. Misjudgment from Beaumont, who lets the ball go. The ball lands in off the drive of Cornish. And that keeps us tied up here at 5-5. These exchanges. Yeah, great read by Beaumont. Just scrambles across to his left. Reads the drop from Cornish and puts the volley away. Good anticipation. Great execution from Beaumont. Netcord just catches Creasy out, and it is Cornish and McKay who get to 6 first. So, a lot of cat and mouse, a lot of back and forth here between both teams. Neither team establishing themselves as strong contenders to look like winning this match in what can only be described as a cagey affair. I tend to think whichever team gets the momentum here at the interchange will go on to win this fixture. Both pairs here will be looking for greater levels of consistency in order to gain that momentum and ascertain a foothold in this crucial group game in our mixed 4-0 division. So, Cornish serving from the left at 6-5. That is an unreturned serve from Creasy. So, for the first time in this game, Cornish and McKay establish a 2-point lead. That's a pop-up from Beaumont. Cornish keeps the pressure on the backhand of Beaumont. Beaumont pops up and Cornish is there to take advantage and press forward with the attacking volley. 3-point game now. We spoke about momentum at the interchange, and all the momentum is with Cornish and McKay. Great return from Creasy. Great step from Beaumont. Ball just sails long from Creasy. She attempted the ATP, caught the post, rebounded off the post, but ultimately just travelled slightly too long. 4 points in a row for McKay. And Cornish make that 5 points in a row. They are the team that have established the consistency. They are the team that have established the lead here, and it takes them to match point. Benefit of the doubt there given to Beaumont and Creasy. Very sporting gesture from McKay. Wasn't sure on the call. Neither was Cornish, so ultimately ball's called in. Yeah, that's a great play to the feet of Creasy. And if there's one thing about her game that I've spotted so far is she just tends to get caught in that transition zone stationary a little often. And this time it's Beaumont in the transition zone, not able to keep that ball in play and reset into the kitchen. So more match points here for Cornish and McKay. Cornish this time from mid-court, steps in on the volley, just sends it into the net, but third match point for Cornish and McKay. And that time the ball is long from Creasy on the unreturned serve, so victory for Cornish and McKay, who at the turn of ends established themselves with a little bit of momentum in the game. They march on into another group game, as I'm sure Beaumont and Creasy will do too. We'll be back with more live action here from the Wey Valley Tennis Centre, live from Dorset, after this short ad break.
When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open, one either side of the players in a more central location of the ball. The around the post, or ATP, is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball doesn't need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets.
Welcome back to our first Franklin Tour Pickleball event of 2025. Top of your screen here in our 4.0 mixed doubles game, we've got the familiar partnership now of Banks and Hill up against Cornish and McKay. And it's a fast start from Banks and Hill. Millie Hill just choosing to sport the white fleece on this occasion. Just gives you a bit of an indication on what temperatures continue to be like here on the south coast of England. Still no movement in the beanie of Cornish either. Okay, Hay just sends that serve long. Very much feels like these two teams could be the strongest teams in this bracket this afternoon. And have every opportunity of meeting each other in the final. I'm sure that will be their aspirations, I'm sure. So, ball here with the very well wrapped up Millie Hill. It's Banks who just misses the third this time around. missed that third though. And that's where, as they go through the levels, a great third like that from Banks can just be seized upon with greater court positioning if you're there for the fifth. So whilst we talk about serves, returns and thirds a lot, as you move up the levels, you definitely want to consider your court positioning on the fifth shot of the rally. Okay, Hay and Cornish on the board here with the overhead smash from Cornish. Still not looking any warmer though. Great reset from McKay Hay. At this time, it's Hill who just drives that volley into the shoulder of Colin McKay Hay. Second opportunity to score. McKay Hay just puts the third into the net. So, tight early exchanges here in this group game where both teams will be feeling each other out. Ready for the latter stages of this competition. All action from Banks and Cornish, but Cornish comes out on top against the defences of John Banks. Great rescue. That ball's just popped up from McKay Hay and Sales long after the rescue of Cornish. Great third, John Banks. I'm not too sure whether that ball was called in or out. I tell you what, Banks, what a man, he calls it out himself. McKay Hay wasn't sure. John Banks just puts his hand up and says, no, that ball is out. Honesty. Integrity from John Banks. Top edge from Cornish. That ball just sails long. Banks just looking to play a drive for the show reel there. Put that on the highlights package later, I'm sure. And then casually says, ball was out. And return serve from Hill. Again, it's just another missed third from McKay Hay. Always better to play those balls slightly higher than lower. Force your opponents to play if you're unsure. Yeah, I like that drive. I like the speed up from the mid-court from Banks there. Just causing some slight confusion between Cornish and McKay Hay. So McKay Hay just wasn't ready to receive that. Banks apologises. Great aggression from John Banks, but unbelievable defence from Darren Cornish, who not only defends the onslaught, he plays a winner. It's a great shot from Millie Hill. That sets up the pop-up from Cornish, and Banks just plays that ball into the body of McKay Hay. So they get to 6 first and establish a 4-point lead. And once again, it's Banks and Hill who look very comfortable in this fixture. They look like they're the team to beat so far in this bracket, and they're ready to start. Don't want to get cold, not in these temperatures. John Banks looking very pleased with himself there. Millie Hill just looking slightly warmer now than she did at the start of this game. Call from Hill, and Banks leaves it, so comfortably they establish a 5-point lead. Just They're like Cornish and McKay just need to start making a few more thirds. Keeping those serves, returns and thirds in check. Get the basics right, get the consistency there. Let's see if they can do that now. Yeah, and that's a great third from Cornish. That's what I was talking about earlier on. Make them play, and Cornish does that. Draws the error from Banks on this occasion. Great rescue play from Hill there. So a 4-point game here.
Oh yeah, it's fine. Yeah. It's more chill.
Yeah. Great attacking play from Cornish, making his way to the kitchen line. Forehand volley, backhand volley. Just closes that gap once again. So 3-point game here now. Great step from Banks. Cornish keeps that ball in play, but not McKay. So Banks and Hill very much in the ascendancy here. Really enjoying watching this pair play pickleball. Great rescue from Banks and Hill, and that ball goes wide. Unbelievable rescue play from John Banks and Millie Hill. Millie Hill wants to join me in the commentary box. More than welcome to later. She's got to get this job done first though. Ball's called long. So I think we're on 9-4 and a 1. Or 9-4 and a 2 possibly. Great reset into the kitchen by Hill, and it's the reset into the kitchen that wins that point. Without that reset, staying nice and low into the kitchen, that point can't be won. Great control from Hill through the transition zone. That brought up match point, and in the blink of an eye, the game is over. Cannot fail to be impressed by the consistency here of John Banks and Millie Hill. They've established themselves as favourites in our 4-0 brackets, but of course they've got to go on and get the job done now in the semi-finals and final. They'll be gearing themselves up. Simon Farr's brought me a cup of tea, so that's going to warm things up for me in the commentary box as well. And you've got time to make yourself a quick cuppa at home as well before our next match, which will be on after this short break.
What you waiting for? I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. The around the post or ATP is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is a traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through, the goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed ups, counters and blocks.
Welcome back to the Way Valley Tennis Centre. Coming up next, we've got a right treat from our 3.5 semi-final division. We've got the familiar partnership of GC and Matthews at the top of your screen. They'll be taking on the well-established pair of Jackson and Millard, who's about to serve at the bottom of your screen now. And this is a semi-final clash. So we can expect some nice competitive action here. Great return from Millard. But it's Matthews who just puts that ball back into the kitchen zone. That ball just goes slightly long from Jackson. So it's Matthews and GC who establish an early lead in this semi-final. Yeah, great aggression from GC and Matthews, working their way to the kitchen line with some fast hands and sharp volleying. Already they look like the early favourites in this. Jackson and Millard will seek to slow them down, I'm sure, just by keeping that ball in the kitchen zone. Matthews worked the volley a treat, but the defence came from Jackson. Matthews wasn't able to execute. Nice change of direction by GC. And they're very much pumped for this semi-final, it seems. We saw them in action on our screens earlier on. They seem to have upped their levels significantly here. Both teams getting through a really tough division, but it's 6-0 in no time at all. Competitive stuff. But Matthews and GC have just taken their pickleball to a new level here, keeping those thirds inside the kitchen, and Jackson and Millard have got no response as of yet. GC with the first error of the game, but we can forgive her of that because up to now it's been pickleball perfect from Matthews and GC. Millard keeping this ball alive. Matthews and GC keeping them back. And this time it's Millard who puts the ball into the net. So first look at the Jackson serve. And that's great play from GC. Gets low on the volley and just pierces the partnership of Millard and Jackson. And it all looks very comfortable for GC and Matthews. Nice deep serve, good return from Millard. But again, that ball's into that non-volley zone quickly. Great defences by Jackson, and this time it's Matthews who makes the error. But they've got a 7-point cushion, so no need to worry just yet. And once again, they get the basics done really well. Earlier on we were talking in our 4.5 division about the necessity to do the basics really well. If ever there was an example of getting those basics right, it's here right now with Matthews and GC. Come on, Millard and Jackson, you can do this, go. 0. Not on this occasion. One more chance, and I'm cheering for Millard and Jackson here to secure a point in this show court game. And there it is. Congratulations to Jackson and Millard. Still no bagels at all this weekend live in Weymouth. Real nice deep return from Matthews. Millard kept that ball alive initially. Matthews with the third shot error this time. Great attacking play from Millard, and GC just can't defend that. So more scoring opportunities here for Jackson and Millard to close the 7-point gap. That's a great return from Matthews. Lots of slice on that ball, but just can't execute the overhead volley. Not sure if that was going in or out. I think GC's telling him it was going out. Nevertheless, Jackson and Millard have doubled their points tally to 2. Make that 3. What a great comeback this would be to watch on the live stream here in our semi-final 3.5 division. But again, that backspin return from Matthews seen to good effect. here from all four players. And the speed up from Millard. It's body bag time for Matthews, who just catches that ball right in the solar plexus. Could leave a mark. Hope not. I have just lost track of score here. I'll wait to hear what the call is. I think it might be 5-8 now. So that gap has definitely closed. Make that 6-8, and this is a game of changing fortunes. From 8-0 up to a gap of only 2 points now. Make that 1, and all of a sudden this semi-final has come alive here live at the Wey Valley Tennis Centre. But Millard sends that ball wide. So it's only a 1 point lead now for Matthews and GC, who just corrects his opponents on their starting position. Lob just goes long, much to the surprise of GC. But that's great play from GC. Look at the footwork from the baseline to the kitchen in the ideal place to take advantage of the pop-up, and just puts that volley down the middle of the court. More control this time from Millard on the defences at the kitchen line. Keeps that ball tight herself. So it's a 2 point game in this semi-final. GC was put off by the advances of Matthews. Almost dummied his partner out of that shot. So 1 point game yet again. Ball's called long. So one more scoring opportunity here before the side out for Jackson and Millard. Don't forget Matthews and GC were 8-0 up in this game. Stay tuned to find out what happens next, because we are tied for the first time in this final. Matthews and GC have given away a commanding 8-0 lead, and the comeback from Millard and Jackson is absolutely titanic. Cannot quite believe what I'm watching here live at the Wey Valley Tennis Centre. 1 match point gone. Matthews and GC, it seems like it's now or never. Do not adjust your sets. Great volley from GC under the most intense pressure. 10. 1. Oh, and GC falls to her haunches. That ball was there on the pop-up, just loses balance at the crucial stage. So second opportunity now for Matthews. 10-10-2, and he sends his serve long. Can you believe it? What are we watching here live in our 3.5 semi-final match? Are you not entertained? Great rescue from Millard, and then sends the volley into the net. The drama is unreal here. What an enjoyable competitive affair. Wow. Non-scoring side out, and this game is bouncing back and forth, to and fro. Matthews can't execute the third, and we're still stuck on 10-10. this time GC sends the ball long, so ball back with Millard and Jackson. Thoroughly entertaining, I'm sure you'll agree. Ball still in play, and it's left, and that is it. Both teams had numerous match points. Let's not forget Matthews and GC were 8-0 up in that encounter, but what a comeback from Jackson and Millard. They go through to the final. You can't help but feel sorry for Matthews and GC, who will fight it out for the bronze medal. Congratulations, Jackson and Millard. I need to lie down after that. We'll be right back after this short break.
What you waiting for? People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box.
Welcome back to the Way Valley Tennis Centre here live in Dorset, Weymouth. We've got semi-final action for you, and we're underway with Banks and Hill. The top of your screen, and a jubilant Beaumont and Creasy at the bottom of your screen. That's because they've just produced some unbelievable defence to win that particular rally. Then Creasy, in all her jubilance, sends the serve long. Slight format change here as well. We're in a race to 15, win by 1 for our semi-final. The Banks and Hill favourites to win this. They've gone through as the first seeds. Beaumont and Creasy finishing in 4th place in their respective division. So it's all to do for Beaumont and Creasy, but they'll remain optimistic that they can get the job done here to go on and play for the gold medal match. Lob from Hill, defended by Beaumont. Great put away from Beaumont. Banks and Hill able to rescue the final ball there. Great Great return from Beaumont. Hill not able to keep the third in play. So sketchy start to our semi-final, but that ball stays low on Hill, skids through. Return from Banks. Nice third from Beaumont, but just got caught out of position on court. That's a great third from Beaumont. Great fifth from Beaumont. Now in the exchanges, but the pop-up from Creasy, and it's Millie Hill who puts the ball away. So side out, Millie Hill serving here to Beaumont. They're going to unwind on the stack, keep Beaumont on the left-hand side. Banks tries to attack that side, but just sends the ball slightly wide. Creasy tries to put that ball deep. Just sends it long. Unwinding stack again. So twice on the unwind, Banks and Hill have tried to catch Beaumont and Creasy out and twice put that ball wide. So at 1-1. Semi-final action here in our 4.0 bracket. Nice control from Banks. Just taking all the pace off it, making Beaumont stretch. So cat and mouse here. This game going back and forth at the minute. Without anybody really troubling the scoreboard. Until now. Net cord. Great defences from Hill and Banks. Hands battle. Oh, Millie Hill just misses it, and down she goes in frustration. Great hands battle, great reactions. But it's Beaumont who comes out on top. And the underdogs have the early lead here. Ball's just called out by Beaumont and Creasy. Feel like there's a momentum gain in here for Creasy and Beaumont. Creasy obviously heard me here in the commentary booth. He puts that serve straight into the nets. That's lovely from Banks. So's that. John Banks, well played. Proud Winchesterian. Keeps that ball in the kitchen, not once but twice, and with backspin as well. And again, that ball just narrowly goes long from Banks. Creasy gets the deep return, and the slice angle on the volley. Great touch, great finesse by Creasy. Hill can't get there, so that lead's very much established now. Lloyd Actual just walking in front of our cameras, come to collect his cup of tea. Millie Hill could have left that ball, it was going out, going wide, but instead pierces it straight into the net. 3-point lead here for Beaumont and Creasy. Underdogs with the early ascendancy. Beaumont was right to take that out of the air, but wrong to put it into the nets. I wish that he could have that one back. Wanted Creasy to leave it. Again, I think that ball may have been dipping in.
Sorry, didn't mean to whack it out of court.
Beaumont clearly requiring a rest here, sending that ball flying over to the side of the arena. Great defences from Tara Creasy. John Banks steps across. Millie Hill steps across, but sends that ball wide. Creasy looking for the applause from Beaumont for leaving the ball. Very underrated skill. Just update the score on our graphic for the people at home watching. In this 4.0 semi-final, we're now tied at 5-all. Great defences from Creasy. Twice the balls come up here next to the commentary booth. Lloyd Atchell just taking a short break from his duties with his pop-up shop here down in Weymouth. Pickleball store. So race to 15, don't forget. Great defence, John Banks. Great defence, John Banks. Millie Hill not able to replicate on that particular play. So Beaumont and Creasy go into the lead once more. Yeah, nice play from Hill. Beaumont not able to rescue that ball low down to his feet, so Creasy just sends that ball long in her return. And I think we're tied at 6-all here. 6. Yeah, we're at 6-6, so competitive stuff here for our semi-final clash. Don't forget Banks and Hill would have come into this as clear favourites, but Beaumont and Creasy are putting up a good show. First time in this semi-final, it is Banks and Hill who take the lead. Missed third from Millie Hill on this occasion. Again, just an error in the mid-court transition zone from Hill. So we'll find that volley a lot easier if she got herself to the kitchen line. So Creasy and Beaumont will look to get back on the scoreboard here, and they'll definitely do that if Creasy continues to play impressive thirds like that. It's a great return from Millie Hill though, puts the pressure on Creasy right on the baseline. Second opportunity for Beaumont and Creasy to score here, reaching the crucial stages. Live in our mixed 4.0 semi-final from Weymouth, Dorset. Beaumont just sends that one wide. So what can Banks and Hill do? Keeps that ball in play impressively well, but Beaumont's left, his right, his centre, and there's no getting past the defences of that volley. That ball sails along. The big foghorn voice of Beaumont encourages Creasy to leave there. Good communication from Banks and Hill. Creasy keeps that ball in play, and the gap was there. Millie Hill, the gap was there. You found it. You just failed to execute. So, change of ends at 8 in our race to 15. And Beaumont and Creasy, who were very much the underdogs, as I suggested at the start of this game, are in this semi-final. Banks and Hill, just slightly below the standards we saw from them in the group game. Millie Hill can overhear that commentary. She agrees. They'll be looking for greater levels of consistency. Seems that Millie Hill's got a future in commentating. She definitely agrees with me. That's a rarity. Yeah, no, they'll definitely be looking for greater levels of consistency here, the pre-match favourites. Stay tuned to find out what happens next here live from the Wey Valley Tennis Centre. It's a nice decision to speed up there to the backhand of Hill. Takes their lead to 2. 9-7-2 here. Ball stays low, and that's really unfortunate for Millie Hill. Nothing you can do about that. Great hands and great control from John Banks. Millie Hill puts the winner away. Looks slightly tired towards the back end of this semi-final. See if she can gain some energy. Scorpion like Beaumont, not once, not twice, but unbelievable defences from Hill. And there's John Banks with the put away. Well played, Millie Hill, well played, John Banks. Chris Beaumont was on his haunches there. Crucial stages of the semi-final. Millie Hill still smiling. Beaumont interjects. Would have been better advised just to leave it alone because it was sailing long. Great rescue from Beaumont. Great point. And it's composure that wins the rally from John Banks and Millie Hill. And they've levelled this game up at 10-10. Momentum shifter. Great action here. Speed up from Millie Hill on Beaumont. Beaumont just defends nicely, so finally poised this game at 10-10. That ball's called in by Hill and Banks. Good serve, Creasy. Every point crucial now. Great defences initially from Hill, but Beaumont with the onslaught is not to be stopped, and he finds a nice angle in the overhead volley put away. 3 points away from victory now. 2-point cushion as well. Banks just sends the volley wide. So all of a sudden, Beaumont and Creasy are racing towards 15. Big play coming up here. Great return. That's a great response from Beaumont. But Millie Hill is more than equal to it. And in the biggest point of the semi-final, it's Millie Hill that comes up trumps and gets the point secured and in the bag. So, big side out scoring opportunity here. Beaumont would want that one back. That was a metre above the height of the net. Beaumont puts it straight into the tape. Gap closes to 2. Yeah, well played. John Banks moves in from the forehand wing to the backhand wing and puts the ball at the base of Beaumont. Gap closes further to 1. And we're still on first server here, so Hill and Banks have got an opportunity to get out of jail. That's nice play from Creasy. Keeps the ball in the kitchen. Hill just not able to rescue on that occasion. Second opportunity to score. 1 point in the semi-final. First to 15. Win by 1. Speed up from Hill and Creasy's unaware. Just caught napping slightly. 13 all. Race to 15. Hill just sends that one long and we're tied at 13. 13 here in our semi-final. Balls cracked as well. Creasy just confirming what the format is with their opponents. First to 15, win by 1. 2 scoring opportunities now for Beaumont and Creasy. Pressures on the return here with Banks. Slice return. Creasy with the overhead smash. Puts it into the foot of the net. Hill walks away smiling. Banks walks away smiling. They know they've got away with 1. Second opportunity here. Thoroughly entertaining semi-final. Do not go anywhere. Beaumont with the drive and Hill this time with the block volley just sends it long. And that is match point. Beaumont and Creasy. Big point coming up. Match point missed by Beaumont, so opportunity here for Hill and Banks. Can they get the job done? Creasy and Beaumont with the miscommunication. Both go for the volley and we're tied at 14 all. Ladies and gentlemen, next point wins. Lob, Creasy leaves it for Beaumont, and you cannot help feel that Hill and Banks have got out of jail with that one. Faced match points against Beaumont and Creasy, but it is John Banks and Millie Hill who progress through to the gold medal match. Great entertainment here at the Way Valley Tennis Centre. Commiserations to Beaumont and Creasy. They will feel like they should have got the job done, but ultimately it's Hill and Banks who progress through to the final, and we'll be back with that final shortly after this advert break.
What you waiting for? I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up a third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2/6.
Welcome back to the Wey Valley Tennis Centre here in Dorset, Weymouth. We're just getting ourselves set up for the 4.0 mixed final. And I'm pleased to say that Jacob Holloway and Charlotte Presley have made their way through the semi-finals into the gold medal match. They'll be taking on the familiar partnership of John Banks and Millie Hill. And we're all set to go with Holloway in possession of the ball. Change of format here for the final. Requires teams to win 2 games rather than 1. So it's best of 3 games, first to 11, win by 1 on each occasion. And once again we see with the cold temperatures just a crack appearing in the ball, so there'll be a ball replacement. Nice start from Holloway and Presley. Glad we get the opportunity to watch Presley on the show court again. Somebody who's impressed me earlier on in the group stages today. They'll just send in that serve long. And this time it's Holloway with the error. So first point on the board in the final for Banks and Hill. And Holloway leaves that, but it just catches the baseline from Banks. A little bit of extra top spin. Great defences from Millie Hill, who's overjoyed with herself, and so she should be. Holloway progressing through the transition zone to fire that volley into the midriff of Hill, but it's the defences of Hill that win the points, and this time Holloway just sends that ball long. Just not able to keep the ball in play on the reset this time. So a nice early confident start for Banks and Hill. Presley and Holloway will look to arrest that momentum right now. And that's exactly what they do by doubling their point score in this final to 2. Great defences from Banks, and it's Presley who just dinks that ball into the top of the net tape. But great hands and reactions from John Banks. Yeah, well played, Charlotte Presley. Effective in making her way from the baseline to the kitchen there. Just testing out the defences of Millie Hill. And not for the first time today, we see an eager Holloway just firing that ball into the net off a third shot. Hill just misreading the bounce on that one. Played. John Banks, 3 shots, 1 on the baseline, 1 in the transition zone, 1 at the kitchen, all volleys. Nice progression. 3-point lead for Banks and Hill. Holloway just puts Presley off there by giving her the no call, but that ball was definitely going in. Presley was right to play it, but she was completely distracted by the call. Great lob from Banks. Follows it up. Yeah, and that's a great volley from Presley right at the base of Banks, and this time he can't defend against the onslaught. So Presley and Holloway just need to make their mark in the final now. That's exactly what they do, start clawing back this deficit. You can see the disappointment there etched on Presley's face. Tries to put a little bit more on the serve, just catches the net though. So second opportunity to score for Jacob Holloway. And once again, just catches the tape on the drive. So Banks and Hill looking comfortable in this first game, race to 11 in our 4.0 mixed doubles final. Our first Franklin Pickleball event of 2025 on the Pickleball Tour for Pickleball events. Thank you to viewers joining us all around the world. Here in the UK, on the south coast, in the very cold county of Dorset, Weymouth. That ball just goes long from Holloway, and it was definitely there to be won. Presley telling him where he should have put it. So 5-7-2. Again, Holloway just trying to do a little bit too much on the third and just sends that wide. Make your opponents play, Jacob Holloway, would be my advice. And the net tape just comes to the aid of Millie Hill this time. So Banks and Hill re-establish that 3-point lead. Great footwork from Banks, just can't execute the volley on that occasion. Defences from Holloway strong. And Hill, who just rushes that serve slightly. She knows, just might want to take a breather the next chance she gets. Gaps back to 2 here in our last game of the weekend from the Wey Valley Tennis Centre. The final of our 4.0 mixed division. Nice early preparation from Holloway on the volley. Puts it behind Banks. And all of a sudden that gap's down to 1. Good serve from Presley. Nice angle, stays nice and low. And in this crucial first game, we're tied at 8-8. Third shot just catches the tape. Yeah, that ball's not there to drive. That's below the height of the knee and close to the kitchen line for Holloway. And if there's one piece of advice for Holloway and Presley, it would be to consider a greater level of accuracy and shot selection on their thirds. Ball's called in by Hill and Banks. And again, that ball also called in by Hill and Banks, so still tied here. That's a great return from Hill. Banks steps across, and there's the volley. And that point construction is completed by Banks, but set up by Hill. Great return to the backhand corner of Presley. Great footwork and read from Banks to come across for the initial volley, and great angle on the 5th too. Dipping drive from Holloway. Banks just caught on the move rather than with a solid base. So for the first time, it feels in this final, it's Holloway and Presley who have the lead, and that's great play from Holloway. That takes them to game point. First game, the best of 3 final. Millie Hill plays a ball that was going long, and then Banks sends it long himself. So, first game to Jacob Holloway and Charlotte Presley, who managed to find some consistency towards the back end of that first game, keeping the ball in play with greater regularity, especially on their thirds. And they are now 1 game away from the gold medal here live at the Wey Valley Tennis Centre. They take a minute for refreshment and just to gather their thoughts and think about their strategy. And it's Banks and Hill who are left wondering what could have been after an 8-6 lead slips to 11-8 defeat. So, crucial second game coming up for Banks and Hill, who must win that to take it to a third and remain in with a chance of the gold medal. The undefeated Banks and Hill today, don't forget, they would have been favourites before this final. But Holloway and Presley, impressive in their semi, winning that encounter 15-13, have taken that momentum into the final, and now be confident of getting the job done in this second game and walking away as 2-0 victors. Second game's underway. Teams have changed ends. Holloway and Presley will be hoping for the same outcome. Mid-court return from Hill, not capitalised upon by Presley. Again, Holloway just probably looking to do a little bit too much with that ball rather than keeping it in the kitchen. And we see a side out with Banks and Hill on the board already. Again, perhaps a little bit of tiredness setting in here for all 4 players. Double bounce there from Banks, but great aggression on the forehand drive from Presley. Definitely one of her assets. Yeah, it's great play from Presley. Advances to the kitchen line to play that double-handed backhand volley and keep it deep on the toes of John Banks. And get their first point of this second game. Again, I almost feel like something good happens for the partnership of Holloway and Presley. It's not necessarily backed up, but there's a little bit of friendly fire Presley just catching the back of Holloway. Great reset from Banks. And that ball just sails long from Presley, but it's all about the reset from Banks. This time Presley makes no mistake with the cross-court volley and puts that away. That's not coming back. Right on the baseline from Holloway. So, opportunity once again. For Holloway and Presley. Just correct the score on our screens there. And very quickly, we've got a tied second game, an all-important second game. A must-win second game for Banks and Hill. Great defences from Banks, well played. John Banks stood up strong to the advances of Jacob Holloway. Great reactions. And again, it's a third, an errant third from Holloway that just goes to the base of the net. Great footwork from Holloway. Banks looking to play cross court. Holloway says, no, not on my watch, and just pierces that volley down the centre. Hill fancied the backhand drive, but it just sails wide. Always playing with a smile on her face, Millie Hill. Again, it's a misserve from Presley. Just look to improve that success rate on her serve, I'm sure, when she goes back to the Spicy Pickleball Academy and take a look at that forehand from Jacob Holloway. Yes, he catches the top of the net, but the shape on it was gorgeous. Looks to repeat the same play, but this time catches the net. Oh, that ball just goes wide from Banks. Unfortunately for him, great defences yet again. John Banks, phenomenal defence once more. Millie Hill the same. They keep that ball alive, but not on that particular play, but unreal scramble from Banks and Hill. Yeah, it's the net tape that costs Banks on that play right there. Great drive in from Presley. And Holloway and Presley are very much in the ascendancy now, and they're race up. Can Banks and Hill put the brakes on? Not going to swap at 6 in the second game, not in the final. No need, of course. Swap at the end of each game, so they'll only swap in the third game. So Banks has just asked for that particular point to be paused. Thinks the ball might have a crack in it. Again, the Franklin X40, the ball choice of players around the world. Very rarely used in conditions such as these though. Not many players around the world playing in 3-4 degree temperature. So we're back here. Holloway looks to poach across onto the backhand side, but just puts the ball into the net. 3-point advantage in the second game. That ball catches the net and just bounces wide. So Banks and Hill have to make a move now before it's too late. Have to win this second game. They're 3 points down, make it 2. We saw them come back in the semi-final miraculously. Can they do the same here in the final? Stay tuned to find out. Two kitchen line errors from Presley. And that ball also sails wide, so without blinking, that 3-point lead has dissipated somewhat, and we're tied at 6 games all. Timeout called by Jacob Holloway. Very wise move. Both teams get 1 timeout to use in the final here in Franklin Tour events. So an opportunity just for Presley and Holloway just to talk about their strategy, arrest the momentum that Banks and Hill have got. 5 points away from the gold medal here for Holloway and Presley, but it's Banks and Hill with the momentum, with the ascendancy. They'll be looking to square this final up at 1 game all. And from the reaction of Holloway and Presley, that ball is called good. So second opportunity to score. It's Holloway with the unreturned serve. So for the first time in this second game of the final, it's Banks and Hill who take the lead. Another check of the ball. And that just sails wide from Hill. So, side out. Slice return from Banks. That drive goes long and John Banks just manages to duck and dive out the way of the oncoming ball. Great defence, Jacob Holloway. Unreal defence from Jacob Holloway. The overhead smash from Banks to the feet of Holloway, but manages to get his paddle on the ball and play 1 more shot. We're tied at 7 points, all in this crucial second game of our 4.0 mixed final, here live from the Way Valley Tennis Centre. Banks and Hill must win this. Lob. Progress to the kitchen line. Pop up. Defence from Hill. Defence from Hill. Well played, Millie Hill. Unbelievable defence on 2 occasions. And that puts Banks and Hill back in the lead and 3 points away from taking us to a deciding 3rd game. And Banks just mistimes the drop into the kitchen. Second opportunity to score here for Hill and Banks. Yeah, but that is a pop-up from Banks, and Holloway makes no mistake this time with the backhand volley. And that's an unreturned serve. Great serve from Presley. They go now 3 points away from the gold medal. Can they get over the line? Or will Banks and Hill stage a comeback. It's still all to play for here, live in Weymouth, Dorset. Excitement builds, and John Banks, I ask you the question, was that ball going long? Holloway says definitely. Great defences, and it feels like now or never for Banks and Hill. Serves called long. So, John Banks, Millie Hill, can you get yourself back into this final and win this second game? ATP defended by Presley, and that ball's called wide. Great defences from Charlotte Presley. John Banks on the ATP, and then Millie Hill just puts that ball wide. 2 points away from the gold medal here. Presley and Holloway. And once again, it's an unreturned serve. Championship point, Charlotte Presley. Championship point, Jacob Holloway. And the opportunity was there, but Jacob Holloway snatches at it. Second championship point for the partnership of Holloway and Presley. And again, for the second time, it's a snatch by Jacob Holloway, and he knows it. 2 championship points, been and gone. Chance for Banks and Hill to get out of jail once more. That ball's called in. No, that ball's called long. So, 9-10. Presley plays that ball. And this time it does go long. Banks can't believe it. Big point coming up. And Banks puts it into the net. So, third match point, third championship point for Holloway and Presley here. Live in Weymouth. That catches the net tape. And how is your look? Holloway can't believe it. Banks apologises with a smirk on his face. And I don't blame him. Fourth match point, fourth championship point. Great defences, and this time the backhand works from Holloway. Congratulations to Jacob Holloway and Charlotte Presley. Well-deserved victory here in our mixed 4.0 final. They walk away from Weymouth with the gold medal in our first Franklin Tour event of 2025. Success for Jacob Holloway and Charlotte Presley. Commiserations to John Banks and Millie Hill, who will be disappointed, I'm sure. The only defeat for them today coming in the final. Commiserations to them, but ultimately the success is with Presley and Holloway. That was our final match here, live from our first Franklin Tour event down here on the south coast in Dorset, Weymouth. We'll be back with some more action in early March from Cardiff in the south of Wales. Be sure to sign up on pickleball.co.uk. We're led to believe, just getting some information here from one of the tournament directors, Simon Farr, that that event is actually full. So if you're watching with us around the world, stay tuned for more updates from Cardiff at the start of March. But from Steve Beale, Simon Farr, Chris Beaumont and myself, Nick Hobbis, from the Wey Valley Tennis Centre here in Weymouth, Thank you for watching, and we'll see you on our